Nation. Broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Oh, what Claire said. We are transporting from the good old Fastport Transport Studios in good old NOLA.
We've been transportated
with Dave, Nemo, and Dre. Hello, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, Monday, the 8th day of December all of a sudden. Here we are. Crazy Eights.
Crazy Eights indeed. How you doing?
Fantastic. You know what I'm looking forward to?
Ooh, is it the thing that happens after the show that we record for a later date?
Oh, that could be it. And pretty cool. Well, we'll talk about that.
Okay, well, tell me what you're ready for.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking to some wonderful people here this morning.
That's what I'm talking
Man,
about.
we got a lineup. We have a lineup.
And then we're about to do it out the gate as well, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Dean Croak's going to join us here in about 5 minutes or so.
And I'm about to leave you alone here in a second and get him on.
Yeah, he made it up to, he took the Grumpy Pete up to the Tiplands, you know, and in the Columbia Falls for Wreaths Across America, wound up at the Driver's Lounge. You know, something's... that's a hard place to get to.
Oh, God, 100%.
You can't get there from here. You know, you got to go somewhere else and all of that. Jim just had
a rough go of it.
Yikes!
But he got there, man.
That was movie. That was movie ready.
That's plane, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah,
right
it sure
there.
is. Yeah.
He's like, I'm just trying to go do a job, man. Why do I have to take a donkey through the snow and all of a sudden a bobsled? Okay.
I'll tell you what, the country is getting blasted right now. Buffalo, they were playing in the snow yesterday.
Yeah.
Some temperatures are getting below zero up in the northern part of the country. Just when you think global warming was what? I don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore. The balance is there.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was curious where you're going to go with that.
Well, you know, because the universe depends on balance. That's all it is. It's a balancing act.
All right.
One thing gets out of balance and haywire ensues, right?
Amen.
Ask the dinosaurs when that big orange ball hit the forest. Where was that, in Canada someplace, where the forest was 200 miles of forest was leveled, and then the dinosaurs woke up and they went back to sleep forever. And now we're using them in our cars, so dinosaurs live in a sense.
That's the way to start the show on this Monday, Dave, Nemo. Let's talk about our guest today. All right, let's talk about global warming and dinosaurs.
Dean saved me. Yeah, I'll tell you who's coming on. Let me tell you who's coming on.
All right.
Dean is coming on. And then Tara, the terrific Terrapin.
I'm so excited.
That's the one that kind of started. Chowda did that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love that. TTT.
TTT.
Tara, the terrific Terrapin. And then... Dan Murray is going to join us.
Nice.
On the Monday Morning Memo. We have christened the new segment. Well, actually, Atri has one of the second oldest segment.
Atri on the air.
Exactly. And after Tech Talk with TMC, Atri on the air, and Highway to Health are our longest running episodic adventures here on the program.
Man, after Dan Murray, are we having a first-time person actually be on the show, or at least this format? Because we've had her in other since.
We've had Susan Patton on other formats in other media
pre-recorded fashions.
Yes, but she's going to be live with us from the Biddeford Middle School up in Biddeford, Maine, where they kick off. They have a breakfast. Well, there's a dinner there that night, last night.
Nice.
And then the kickoff breakfast in the morning, and that's when the trucks leave for Arlington.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. What do you think they're going to give them for breakfast?
They had a pretty good breakfast. It's in the school, so it's a school cafeteria breakfast.
Frozen pizza, man.
And the cafeteria ladies are there.
Next. Slop.
Exactly. It's after 8 o'clock there now, so they may already be wrapped up because it was early in the morning.
Yeah.
And then last year when we went, it was snowing when we left out.
Bless those kids trying to say what school they go to. I would already mess it up because I know. I could barely say Star Wars growing up. You're expecting me to say Biddeford and not mess that up?
Maine. Biddeford Middle School.
That sounds like from Home Improvement. What was it, Buford or Bifford Tools off of Home Improvement?
That's a good question.
Biddeford. All right, sorry, let's carry on. We're too ADHD for this.
Well, speaking of schools, and that was a beautiful segue, by the way.
Anytime.
A little bit later on this morning, in just over an hour, Mike Lutzenkirchen is going to be joining us again. You know Mike. He's the dad of the late Phil Lutzenkirchen, Auburn football player and everything, and he was killed in a car accident. And his dad took action and founded the Lutze 43 Foundation. And they're going to have some summits coming up. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what the safe driving summits entail. It's really quite a program. And they have really touched thousands, hundreds of thousands of people over the last, how many years is that? I forget how many that's. I think but Mike himself has been with us for a couple of years.
Oh,
He's been multiple times. So he'll be on. Ben Wilkins is going to join us, and
cybersecurity.
We're going to get a sneak preview of NMFTA's, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Sometimes speeding up just slows you down. And the 2026. Got to get used to saying that now.
That's weird. I'm not ready. Okay, continue.
Yes, and the 2026 Cybersecurity Trends Report, or as we like to call it, the 26 CTR.
Like the people say?
Yeah, like the people say. There is a list, and there are 5 things on the list, and the list is called the must-have cybersecurity best practices that everyone should have in place as we head into 2026.
Oh, man.
So
at least it's an even number, so I'll take it.
And you know where it starts?
Where?
Humans.
All right.
Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it all begins, and that's where it all ends. And we may wind up ending humanity if we don't watch out. But that's another story altogether.
All right. Jay Grimes is after that.
Well, speaking of schools, Greg Morin is supposed to join us at about 9 o'clock or so this morning. He may or may not, because he is at Biddeford Middle School.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be doing a presentation. They got him scheduled just when he was supposed to.
Come on.
So maybe we could just put a phone next to his microphone there, and we'll just take his presentation. We'll see what happens. But at any rate, of course, Greg is a dear friend, and Jim Costa and I had the pleasure of riding with Jim, I should say, with Brown Dog Carrier in last year's convoy. And Jim Costa, just a great guy, just a wonderful guy. We just hit it off immediately, as you do with folks like these guys, because these are the best of the best.
These are your people.
Yeah. Eugene Malero is going to talk about some stuff with us a little bit later from Transport Topics. Mike Roth. We're going to talk about the whys. Why does the North American Council for Freight Efficiency do what they do the way that they do it? Mm-hmm. Because if you have a trucking fleet, you may look for some answers that my trucking fleet may already have the answers to, or don't really need to be in that ball game at all. So we're all different. Trucking is it's a big umbrella, but under that umbrella are all kinds of individual companies that have individualized operating standards.
Absolutely.
What are we doing here?
Well, no, I was just giving you a heads up that we got Dean locked in.
Oh, we got Dean. Okay. Let's bring Dean on. Hey, man, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
We were just talking about you.
Well, we're going to have to give you a job soon, man.
I was just racing back from getting a cup of coffee. Finally got back from Columbia Falls, Maine. From the convoy. What an experience, Dave. I was talking to a lot of the drivers up there that you were with last year, including the guys from the Brown Dog fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing experience.
Yeah, it was. Okay, the build up, and that driver's lounge gets a real big build up. Everything gets a build up, and deservingly so. How do you not build that place up? But a lot of times, I remember I knew a guy, and this is going back to the 70s, and the Rolling Stones were going to be coming to town, and the anticipation was just overwhelming. And he went to the concert, and he said the anticipation was so overwhelming that by the time we got there, it was kind of underwhelming by the time we got there, There was no, you couldn't go to there was no next rung on that ladder. So I was just wondering, what was your gut feeling when you pulled up and stepped out of the truck?
Well, yeah, it was, I knew there was another rung because I'd been to Arlington National Cemetery So I knew you couldn't, I knew there was like the top of the mountain. So I knew you couldn't surpass that. But when I pulled in, I saw all the trucks. So to me, it was like this massive truck stop. And the guys from Craig from Brown Dog parked me right out front, which I was kind of blown away by because Courtney had arranged for a really cool parking spot for my truck. And when I walked inside, I was blown away by the organised chaos is how I would describe it, because there was all these drivers and there was food. The Tyson food guys, who are also the truckers that drive all the Tyson trucks, were doing all the catering. But there was this chaos, and the chaos was the dispatch process where the people that were organising the loads had all the bills of lading and the run sheets and the envelopes, and all the drivers that were waiting outside, or their trucks were parked outside all around the building. And I'm going to say, Dave, there might have been 30 tractor trailers parked around the building with maybe another dozen or so cycling in and out at any one time. They were yelling out the names of the trucks and the drivers to come get their paperwork. And what was surprising was they were ready for the drivers well ahead of their scheduled appointment time. So as Courtney was calling drivers on Facebook and on cell phones from Dysart's an hour and a half away to come and get their loads, sometimes the day before their scheduled appointment time. So the part that really got my attention was this was kind of a cross between a massive truck stop with all of the facilities you'd have at a truck stop, including catering and food and washing and showers and laundry, and a dispatch centre where you're organising loads for drivers. So that was the part that really surprised me. This was like a one-stop shop for drivers. But then you also had all of the drivers that knew each other that were there catching up. But the common thread between all of this was service, military service. And that was the part that really surprised me. But this was unlike anything else. This was like a group of drivers that had all served in one way or another throughout their career, but they were all there for one purpose. They were donating their time and their services for the good of their community. And as you know, Dave, like the donation of their time and services is considerable when you think that each one of these trucks is donating at least 2 weeks of time to get to Columbia Falls and then go back and deliver over the course of this week. This is an enormous amount of cost for carriers to do what they do. Not that they do it, for any other reason other than to help routes across America. They're not doing it thinking about the cost. But this is a really big deal for these carriers. So that was sort of my big takeaway, was just the organised chaos, but how efficient it was. This was an incredibly slick operation.
It is, and it looks so just regular at the same time, doesn't it? It looks like just a regular day in the tiplands in a sense, because there's that sense of urgency, but it's there's no veneer, I guess you might say. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, well, I think they've done some things differently this year. Craig from Brown Dog had organised, the one-way in and out. They had a staging area for the trailers this year, which they hadn't done. So there's
that, right?
Yeah. So I think they've figured out some things over the years, and some shuttle buses. Fred was a tour guide there, and I think they've figured out with the extra trailers and trucks cycling in and out, they've got a lot more logistics behind the scenes, and I was just amazed by the amount of support services they had this year. That were the amount of volunteers that are in the background helping make all this come together. But Dave, it's like a duck swimming on water. To me, it appeared like it was organised, but I'm sure that behind the scenes there was a lot of stuff that was going on.
I wouldn't want to be in Courtney's brain right now. Let's just put it that way, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I know there was a few loads that fell through and dropped out, and she had to do a little bit of,
there's always something, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of always something, Chowder's on the line with us here. Let's bring him on. Hey, Chowder, good morning, and Dean's on with us. Welcome.
Good morning, my favorite Bostonian. Good morning, Dave. I hope you found a whoopie pie, and I'm glad you're enjoying Maine and your trip, Dean.
I am. Yep, we did. Thank you.
Yep. I'm I'm calling on a sad note today, Dave. Very sad.
Okay.
It's been 30 years I've been out here driving, right?
Okay, yeah.
And until Saturday, I've never had a microwave in my truck. I finally broke my tradition and put a microwave in the truck.
That is devastating.
I am hip now.
That is devastating. Absolutely devastating. Ruins the entire. It ruins your entire image, man. I mean, I don't know what to say.
It in yet? I can't quite break that rule yet, but.
Wait, you cut. Wait. You kind of cut out on us. You did not break what rule quite yet?
I haven't plugged it in yet, so it's not operational. It's just in here currently.
Okay, just for looks. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Hey, look what I got in my truck.
30 years. Huh? What'd you get? Oh, no. I can't even hardly hear you, Dave. What happened? Where'd your good reading
Are you
go?
still there? Hello.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. Dean, do you have a?
I'm going to be in some
does the
bad
Grumpy
signal,
Pete?
so I'll just catch up.
I was going to ask Dean what he's got in
in
the Grumpy Pete, because I've never been inside that truck. Dean, do you have a mic in there, a microwave?
No, I don't. No, I don't have any of that fancy stuff.
You see there,
I got a lot of electronics, but not a microwave or an air fryer.
You see there, Chowder? There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
But a lot of guys do, Dave. A lot of guys do have
know.
their air fryers and stuff like that. That's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chowder's got connected, yeah.
Yeah. Are you still there, Chowder? Did he? Yeah, okay. Chowder, thank you for calling. Evidently, he had a little phone problem there, but thank you for calling, Chowder. Obviously kidding him about the microwave. Yeah, back, it's kind of strange, talking about the amenities that trucks have in them now. Back in the mid-'50s, the old Regulated Common Carrier Conference had a little committee called the Technology and Maintenance Council, TMC, and of course, they became an entity within the trucking world in their own right. They write the Bibles, the technical Bibles, the maintenance Bibles for the industry. One of the reasons why that little committee got pulled into the entity that it is now is the fact that drivers were the least valuable thing in the pecking order in terms of trucking. The commodity, what was in that trailer or on that flatbed, was the most important thing. Then the equipment was important, and the driver was a distant third back in those days, where guys would sleep on the hoods of their trucks in the wintertime as long as the engine was warm, because there was no amenity in the cab whatsoever.
You remember, Dave, early 2000s when I moved here, it started to become a big talking point in terms of driver recruiting. The interior sleeper design of the tractor became a retention recruiting design feature at the OEM level. And I remember going to truck shows, and the sales guys would talk about all of the interior features of the sleeper cab as a means to attract drivers. That was early 2000s. But we've come a long way with things like inverters that allow trucks to power things like these high wattage air fryers and microwaves that Chowder's talking about. That wasn't something that has been around for a long time. So, and I don't know when that would have been dated, but I guess it's something in the last 20 years where we've been able to develop that kind of technology.
Yeah. And don't forget CPAPs too, and then you need to have the pure sine wave power. So there's that. So that inverter is going to be a better inverter. And then you have your TVs and, well, your VCRs.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody still has a VCR out there. I remember this is, you know how little things happen and you can just picture them like you're taking a photograph, 40 years later. This is about 40 years ago. I used to do a lot of live broadcasting from the different truck stops, and this was at, the old road gang, so we were on after midnight. And I remember guys would come in, and I had a long piece of just audio cable with two alligator clips, one on each end. And back in the day, when FM became a standard, they basically stopped grounding the antennas on radios because FM doesn't need a ground, but AM does. And the world kind of switched over to FM by and large, but we, of course, were still on AM. And you had to ground that antenna. So I would go out, the guys, man, I can't get your show on. I said, well, let me go outside during the news. And we ran outside. I'd take one clip and put it on the antenna, one on the frame, and boom, there's WWL banging in like a local station. Just for that one piece of wire that would have probably cost 3 mils, 3/10 of a penny to put in the truck when it was made. But that being aside, I opened up the passenger door of his truck. I don't know how many cassette tapes just fell right out onto the parking lot.
Right.
Yeah, because you had to bring your own stuff, And
Exactly.
now you just stream what you do. What you were doing right now. You have your phone and you have all of the gear you could possibly use to entertain and inform yourself.
Yeah. It was, you're talking about electronics. One of the guys up at the show had problems with his lights. One of the drivers there, I think it was Brian Ritter, was having problems with his lights on his truck as I woke up at 3 a.m. to this light show across from me outside the driver's lounge, and his lights were cycling on and off. And it was like a truck show level lighting, where your lights, the LEDs across the cab cycle through different sequences.
Yeah.
And in my, slumber, I was thinking, that is really cool. This driver's got a light show going on outside the driver's lounge at 3 a.m. And I thought I should have realized that he was having some sort of a short circuit and the truck was going through this light test because there was something wrong. Well, it turns out he was actually having a major lighting meltdown. And
wow.
Ken was actually telling me that, who was another operator from Trailer Bridge, Ken was there helping him the next morning trying to isolate what the problem was. But it got me thinking about what you're talking about, the complexity of lighting problems that come with modern trucks these days, because inside all of these trucks, you've got all of the electronics that you're talking about. But isolating the problem today is much more complex, because what I saw Ken doing from a distance, he had a laptop out, and he was plugged into the ECM, and they were trying to isolate the problem. And of course, it's not just a fuse these days that we would have looked at in the olden days, a fuse and maybe some blown bulbs. This was a full-on laptop, very high-tech diagnosis deal. And I was talking to Ken about it afterwards, and I didn't have a clue what he was talking about, to be honest, because I'm not from the modern-day era. I have a more old-school type truck. But I was marveling at how much Ken knew about the electronics of the truck and how he was diagnosing what was wrong with the vehicle and all of the different components that he was talking about that might have been the cause of the electrical problem. But it just got me thinking about how much more complex trucks are today. So, Chowder talking about plugging in his microwave, part of me chuckles because it brings a whole nother world of complexity. Maybe he might want to think about not plugging that bad boy in. But, there's probably a whole lot of other guys out there that will help him with it.
Upsetting the balance. We were talking about how the universe depends on being in balance, so you don't want to upset the balance. Whoa, what's out of balance? The clock, because we need to squeeze in some stuff here before the bottom of the hour. Dean, always such a treat talking to you, man. So you're back home in Boston at the moment. What are your travel plans now?
Yeah, heading out to Polar Park tomorrow to meet up with all of the drivers again at that location, and then heading down Thursday to Washington, D.C. to meet up with Brad Bentley and all of the crew from Passport and Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Attend all of those events and then head to Arlington and meet up with all of the Race Across America crew and participate in the wreath laying ceremony on Saturday. So.
Fantastic.
But I'll be flying down there.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's my week.
Well, who else you're going to run into? Me. I'll be there Thursday afternoon, so I will see you at one or more of those enclaves. So, safe travels, Dean, and we'll see you in our nation's capital.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, thank you, man. Bye-bye. All righty. Always love talking to Dean. Okay, so now it's about time to say that it's time for our Pledge of Allegiance, our national anthem, and our word of encouragement, because it's Monday with Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday. Hey, good morning. Hope you had an excellent weekend. I want to share something with you from Luke chapter 12, verse 24. And I need for you to hear this because I think God wants somebody to hear this specifically today. It's found in Luke chapter 12, verse 24. It says, "Consider the ravens. They neither sow nor reap. They have neither storehouses nor barn, and yet God feeds them. Of how much more valuable are you than the birds?" I want you to think about this as you go through this, and I'm going to share a little bit today, and I'm going to share a little bit tomorrow about this passage because I think we need to grab a hold to it. Now it says, "Consider the ravens. They neither sow nor reap. They have neither storehouse nor barn, and yet God feeds them." People of God, I want you to hear this, and I need for you to hear this. Listen to what God has to say as it relates to taking care of us. Listen to what because you got to remember, people of God, we're made in the image of God. And since we're made in the image of God, and we're created in the image of God, then God looks at us as valuable. And since God looks at us as valuable, the things that we need to be concentrating on is building our relationship with the one that created and is sustaining us. So as you journey to this day and as you go through this day, remember this one thing. You are of value to God. I don't care what people say, and I don't care what you think of yourself, but to God, you are valuable. And I promise you, God will come through. God bless you, brothers and sisters.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Woo! We are live from the I-10 corridor going to Tennessee, Dave.
Indeed. And before we get there, we're going to just tell you that if you can't make it to Tennessee because you're sitting on the side of the road waiting for something to happen, it ain't going to happen until you get in touch with the guys at Truckdown. Truckdown.com. You'll find all of the trucking services you need to keep you on the road or to get you back on the road in a fast hurry. So remember, they've been part and parcel of what we're doing for a long time now, and we love these guys, and I know you will too. Truckdown, one word, just like it sounds, Truckdown, truckdown.com. Even if you don't need any help, drop them a line and say, hey, thanks for keeping Radio Nemo and Road Gang Radio and Nemo Nation and Nemo's Night Beat, and We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler on the air.
Absolutely, Dave.
And speaking of being on the air, on the phone right now is our triple T, our triple threat.
I didn't know what you were about to yell into that mic. You went all the way back to the bathroom almost, man.
Yeah.
T-Money!
Yes, indeed. Tara, the terrific Terrapin, is with us. Long distance. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Thank you for that intro.
Oh, well, thank you for being introduced and not hanging up in the middle of it. So there's
I just might. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But I keep forgetting we're going to see each other in a few days. I wasn't able to come to the whole Reese extravaganza last year, and I had been for years, but that was your first time last year, so we really missed each other. So we're due for a proper catch-up in D.C.
Indeed, and it was fun talking to Dean, too. And I'm not sure that Dean realized that I was going to be there in Washington. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice reunion there. A lot of friends are going to be in and around.
Yes, lots and lots.
The National Women's Military Memorial, the Chamber of Commerce, and, of course, Arlington itself, and we're going to do something else. Are we going to the Department of Transportation?
We're going to the ATA headquarters. We'll be broadcasting from the Vet Ready Summit, and we won't be doing the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards ceremony because we're doing something different this year, but we will have those guests on during the ATA headquarters Vet Ready Summit event. And then we're doing something a little special on Friday that we've never done before, going to Radio Row, and we're going to be broadcasting and doing a lot of interviews for the Army-Navy game.
Nice.
Yeah, that's going to be an
very
exciting
excited about that.
Indeed. All righty. So we've got some wonderful comments coming in, and we certainly hope that folks will continue to let us know you're out there. Let us know what you like, what you don't like, and that human-to-human support is all what we're all about.
Yes, we have a ton of comments, but I had a comment first that I just wanted to ask you guys. I wanted to mention, I was hoping that you would know, Dave, or our listeners over in the chat would know. My husband and I like to try different coffee shops and go to antique stores and thrift stores. And we went yesterday, and in the first store, on the first aisle, I saw a set of glasses. They looked like whiskey glasses, but they had the Mac logo on them with the little English bulldog, and in large letters it said VIP. And I did a quick Google search, and it seems to be there's like a club, like maybe it's old, maybe it's not a thing anymore, but for Mac lovers, so you can like subscribe to this like Mac VIP club for things like merch and stuff. Have you ever heard of this? And in the chat, have you guys ever heard of this?
I have not. Frankly,
wow.
I really
I was shocked to see those. It was a ton of glasses, and they just said Mac and then VIP. And I was like, I wonder what that is. So I wonder if that's even still a thing.
Okay. So
I actually have a photo of them. I'll post it to our Instagram story.
Okay.
But
I'm just wondering if they aren't just old and societal standards kind of changed a little bit, if you know what I mean. To
Yeah,
where,
maybe.
In other words, connecting a glass of whiskey and a truck. It's like,
Yeah,
whoa.
I know. That I was like,
But back in 1935, that might have been just
Hey,
fine. Don't
yeah, that
forget,
may have been
100 years
acceptable.
ago, cigarettes, 1925, cigarettes were the number 3 top Christmas gift, only beaten
What?
by handkerchiefs and pencils.
Oh my god.
100 years ago.
Socks were on the list, but they were down like number 8.
Oh,
Unbelievable, right? Yeah. So
and
there's
now kids are wanting iPhones and like Oculus headsets so they can be in like alternate universes.
Please give me socks. I need socks. I can't find a matching pair to save my damn life.
Socks, pencils, cigarettes. Yeah, put that on the list this year. That's insane.
Hey, honey, I couldn't get you an iPad, but here's a pack of
We
cigarettes.
have an historic Christmas. You could call it the historic Christmas of 19.
On this day, 100
100
years ago.
Yeah.
Here are your cigarettes to cope with the fact that you can't have an Oculus this year.
Just
Oh my
don't give
goodness.
them a 100-year-old pack of cigarettes. That's all.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah,
all
they're
you kids
probably
getting
a
this
little
technology.
worse.
Back in my day, I got a handkerchief.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny.
Funny because
Well,
it's true, though. That's the problem.
I mean, it is true. But let's get into some of the comments that are actually from our listeners and not my weird antique store finds. But Brad Bentley left a comment for the drivers that said, "Thank you to all of the drivers hauling wreaths to cemeteries across the country this year." So shout out to Brad Bentley, and he's always wanting to shout out the drivers. And someone else commented on a YouTube channel and said, "Your videos are very beautiful. I want to know when you will upload your next video." Thought it was odd that they called our videos beautiful, but like, thank you guys. Appreciate it. But we have videos that go up almost every single day on the YouTube channel. They are about 2 days past our live show just because of the process we have to go through to get those up there. But if you want to hear anything sooner, you can always click on the live tab on our channel. You can find it there. You do have to scroll through the full show just a little bit, but you can find everything there just as soon as that show is done, and actually while it's live as well.
Yeah, pretty much everything is there or will be there. And it doesn't take too much searching to look for stuff. You'll run across something. And if you're not looking for what you're looking for, you might find something you might even like better.
Yeah, and our YouTube channel even has its own search engine inside of the channel. If you click inside of the Radio Nemo channel, you can search just within our channel for keywords, different topic names, segment names, guest names, anything like that. You can find it there as well.
It's almost like having a truck and you're driving your truck, and the trucking company that you're driving it for basically says, okay, we're taking that truck. You can go out and get another truck. And you do, but you can't afford a fully built truck, so you buy a truck in pieces. But there's enough to get it on the road and rolling. And while it's rolling down the road, you are basically putting it together as it goes. So the further down the road, the more it looks like a truck, the more it sounds like the truck, the more it runs like a truck. And all of a sudden, whoa, it's become a truck. Now we just got to keep it rolling and fill up that trailer. That is where we are at Radio Nemo, Nemo Nation, Road Gang Radio, all of us here, our group of people. We basically did it, and we're doing it with our help, with help from our friends. The folks who are commenting now on Facebook, and I know, not Facebook, well, I guess you are commenting on Facebook. I can only be in one place at one time, so I'm on YouTube this morning.
At the moment, looking at the live chat.
Live chat on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And the live chat
That's
on
my
YouTube
favorite.
reminds me so much of the telephone 50 years ago when drivers and wives and girlfriends and sons and daughters would call into the show and make musical requests or talk about a birth of a baby, or maybe there's a problem at home. They need to get in touch with this driver. And that was a small group of people. This is a small group of people, but you guys who are on the YouTube chat, you are representative of everybody who's out there. And it's just an amazing phenomenon to be able to see this in real time.
Yeah, I've gotten to know more of our listeners through the YouTube chat than I have ever before. I had a hard time remembering their handles whenever we were on the old platform because I used to see their comments on Facebook and that's their like birth given legal name and not their handle. And so now that all of them have pretty much decided to change their YouTube handles to their driver handles as well, it's made it so much easier and I've gotten to know them way better. There's less of a disconnect there now, but I love seeing all of you guys over in the YouTube chat.
Look, the CB radio. Okay, we have our troubles and tribulations getting where we are now going in the streaming world. But when Charlie started the Road Gang, the Arab oil embargo kicked off not too long after that, and the CB radio went berserk, as we all know, and almost killed us. In fact, Charlie refused. We started using CB handles when the show started up because, well, that was the thing, right? Nope. It took about 6 months before Charlie said, look, full names from now on, no more CB handles. And we never used a CB handle on the air ever.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Isn't that
Now,
something?
when
Yeah.
I came, yeah, it felt as if like that was the only thing we would use was CB handles. And if we, even now, I'm careful if I find a comment on Facebook to just use like first name and not the full name, just because I want to respect people's privacy. And it felt like when I came, the handle was more of like a privacy thing, or like they really wanted it to be that versus their full name, or they would be offended or something. I don't really know. Like a lot of people were different about it, of course, but I do have a comment that is kind of about this topic. Richard A commented, "What's wrong with drivers today? They're not talking like they used to on the radio." And then Marvin P commented back to Richard and said, "A lot of them don't have CBs because companies think it's distracting for them. They say the newbies can't even know how to change lanes or what lanes to be in. Sad generation out there now. Me, and screw you." It's what Marvin P said. Thoughts on this, Dave?
Well, okay.
About that.
I made a joke when we were talking to Dean and Chowder because I was teasing Chowder about his microwave.
Yeah.
You know, and Chowder kind of brought that on because, you know, the way he opened up with that. Okay. And then I made a joke about, well, I wonder if anybody has a VCR in their truck. Well, in a sense, now look, there are so many angles on, so many ways to approach everything. So one way to approach this is the fact that the CB radio, as viable as it is, it works. You plug them in, you key that mic and it works. It's still a VCR age component. You know what I mean? It's old school technology. It takes up room. It requires some physical connection to it. You have to, you know, cue the mic. You have to have the mic. And there are things now that, you know, make that more hands-free and all of that kind of stuff. But when you got all of the digital stuff and all of the cyber stuff in that truck, I think CB kind of is a little old school, and I think it's got the reputation now that folks just, it's got a bad reputation. You know, how many of you guys listening right now, back in the day when you had the CB in your truck and you went on a family vacation in the car, would not put that CB on with your kids and wife in the car? That's the question. And I think we all know the answer to that one.
I definitely see that for sure.
Oh, wait, Trucker Bosun says, still have the old Orion TV VCR combo. Oh, whoa, sitting in my garage. Yeah.
Not in the truck.
Look, you know, CD players, I actually thought of just selling all my CDs.
Do it.
They're just taking up room in the house.
They're nostalgic for me in a way. Like I went and rebought some of them, and we bought a Lexus, but it was like in great shape, but it's a 2004, and it has a 6 CD like changer in there.
Oh yeah.
I am obsessed with it. So we keep like a couple that were like from my husband's childhood. I keep some Hannah Montana in there. You know, we're bumping the Lexus with some nostalgic CDs.
Girl, I went to go clean out my storage back at my dad's house before they moved it out and did some other stuff, and I sold some. I found my mixtape like little thing of CDs, like my burnt CDs. It was just like
Yes.
Trap Mix and Riding Dirty Mix.
Riding Dirty.
Yeah,
Oh,
RIDIN
love.
mix, son.
Oh my.
Yeah, I was like, man,
Love that.
had some old 3-6 Mafia, and then that was back whenever you got it off LimeWire, so it was just like, damn, son, where'd you get this one? Tag on the front.
LimeWire?
Yeah, what you know about
I have not-
LimeWire?
I never personally used it, but like my aunt burned a CD for me using it, so I know what it is. But it was a little bit past me, just a touch. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like
gosh.
it's the Napster for my generation.
Napster. God,
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about Napster in a long.
I've never heard of that.
I get weird thoughts when people say stuff.
I got you.
So we have the dark web.
Okay.
I have never searched for the. In other words, I've been kind of too scared to see what is the dark web. What does it look like? How
If you
do
need
you
an
get
organ,
there?
I know a guy.
But I think that was a precursor to
Yeah.
the dark web.
Oh, I like it was like that because like LimeWire and that it was in Napster because Napster was one of the ones where they worked around it, but then they got sued, and then LimeWire was one of the ones where it's like, dude, you gave your computer viruses. Or you had like a thing pop up and be like, the police are on the way right now.
I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but my husband, he watches like Zootopia 2 is like in theaters right now, and he
Got it
just like
bootleg.
illegally watched it. Yeah, like he just watched it on his phone. And yeah, we were at his mom's house, and she has like the Wi-Fi blocker thing where like it tells her if bad things happen. And she was like, Dustin, what were you looking at on your phone at my house at this time? He goes, Zootopia 2 bootlegged on Safari.
Hey, look, snitches get stitches, everybody. All right, y'all keep that between us.
If I'm gonna
Yeah,
get,
you keep that here.
if I'm going to get picked up at 2:00 in the morning by a SWAT team for watching an illegal video, it ain't going to be Zootopia. Or Zootopia
Dave.
2.
Oh, like your mom busts in the room expecting to catch you with something else, but you're bootlegging Zootopia.
Yeah, right.
What are you
Zootopia
doing?
2?
You bootleg that? I just really wanted to see this Disney movie, Mom.
I know. She was like, what are you watching? And he just like flips his phone around. It's like,
Oh my
Zootopia
God.
2 bootlegged on Safari. I'm like, oh, my husband is wholesome. I love him. But
Hey,
that's wild.
hey, look, that's me though, because like I always hit my buddies up on Discord, and I'm like, hey man, what's the link for the fights for the UFC fights? So they send it to me,
exactly.
and I'm sitting there trying to watch the UFC fights while we're hanging out with friends at like some bar. And I'm like, I don't want to be here. I'm drinking an NA. I just want to watch this fight, and I'm sitting here having to like tap my screen to get the pop-ups to go away.
It's like hard to watch. It's like usually it's like mirrored, and it's
Yeah.
also like flipped a little bit, and the sound is a little bit like high pitched or
Yeah.
something when you try to watch it. It's so funny.
Go on.
Dave, did you know you were in the pocket of the ATA? Were you aware of this?
I knew it.
Boy, I'm telling you what. I've got denim burn.
Happy
I've
late Jean
been
Day.
in so many pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't. Okay, look. If I go to my LinkedIn page and YouTube, Facebook, and all that stuff, there'll be there's some posts there on my own LinkedIn page, which I have one, and I've started to make a comment on one of them. Because you want to be active, and I do. And then something happened. I think the phone rang or whatever. And I went back to it, and I went back to the thing, and I couldn't find the post again. I couldn't find my comment again. So I'm really going to get with you when we're in Washington, and I want you to show me a little bit about LinkedIn.
Figure it out.
Yeah. But there was a point to be made there, and I forgot what it was.
Come
Boy,
on,
I hate
Dave,
when
you
that
got it.
happens.
You
No,
got it.
it's there. It's there.
Come on. Pocket of the ATA, denim.
Oh yeah,
burn.
the pocket of the ATA.
Yeah.
So, Rebecca, somebody got hired on at Atri, a new person, and I didn't know the person or anything, but her picture was there. So I was making a comment about Atri and telling her what a great organization, what wonderful people the guys at Atri are. Dan Murray, he's going to be with us in a little while, and Rebecca and Mike Tunnell and all of those folks, and I said, when we started Atri on the air many years ago, I don't remember how many, but it's been a while, a lot of drivers thought Atri was the government.
Oh.
And that I was in the pocket of Said government, man, I'm in a lot of pockets, you know.
Yeah.
If the
It's a
elf on the
lot.
shelf has been in on a lot of shelves, I've probably been in as many pockets, I guess.
Cargo pants, man, just a bunch of them.
Oh
huh?
my
Yeah,
gosh.
bring on the pants. Yikes. So I don't know,
Yeah.
but
I mean, Jerry, do you remember that ringtone? It's like, let me out. I'm stuck in your pocket. It was like on flip phones. That's Dave.
Out! Yeah, yeah.
man.
That's Dave. Well, the comment section seems very aware that you are not in the pocket of the ATA. Lamont J said, not hardly. Kenny H said, Dave is the most neutral person ever on radio. I am sure he has his opinions, but he never lets them show. I even told him this once years back. ATA and OIDA, each side of the coin, as he likes to say, gets to shine when it's their time.
Well, there it is. Yeah, I come from a different age in broadcasting. You know, and you know, beyond the, well, none of this new stuff was here when I started. Well, that's true, obviously. So when you go back to the late 60s, when I was in college and started on radio, the idea of being on the radio and the first rule of radio was they don't want to hear about your boat. And if Jimmy Mac's listening, he knows where I'm going. And he's driving to Logan Airport as we speak.
Yes.
He's going to fly into D.C. He'll get there hopefully later today. And you're going to come in, so we're going to talk about those travel plans in a second. But very, very quickly, when I got into radio, there were two things that you needed to have. You needed to be able to speak clearly and distinctly with no accent, and you needed to have a deep voice. Or you needed to sound like this. And I never could. The guy who hired me, John Peel, a legendary broadcaster here in New Orleans, he was about as he was as wide around as a pencil. I mean, this guy was just slim and trim. He had a voice. This is no exaggeration. If you sat in the chair across from his desk and he was talking to you, you know, like I'm away from the mic right now, but I'm going to move my voice, and I'm moving my head now right on the mic. You hear the mic, and now I'm over here, and
Yes.
I'm not on the mic. When he did this right here, you could feel his voice in your chest.
Ooh.
Okay? And I'm sitting here like this, trying to get a job on the radio. And for some
Let me
reason,
out.
he thought I was okay, and I did it. But he told me, he said, look, you have a light voice. You don't like it now, but when you get to be older, you're going to love having a light voice, because when you're 60 years old, you're going to sound like you're 30. Well, I'm 77. Now I sound like I'm 37. So there is that. So the other thing, though, was they don't want to hear about your boat. And what that means was you were completely neutral. You weren't you were the person that people thought you were, not the person who you are. Does that make sense? Because you express no personal opinions, certainly no political opinions. Ask David Owen at NASTIC what my political stand is. And he'll take about 10 minutes to tell you that he don't know. And he never will. And
it's a good
because
thing.
What I do here is different than than the way it's done now in a lot of cases. But you are, you know, the old Popeye. I grew up with Popeye. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. So there you have it. But yeah, so the meeting of the generations, or the clashes of the generations, or the that was then, this is now thing, I really, in a sense now, God, I hate this, represent an older form of the communicative skills that we exhibit in the world behind the microphone, regardless of what the format or what the transmission setup is. And we are transmitting now in a completely different way than when I started. Then it went to another completely different way. Now it's another completely different way. So there's that. Now, let's talk about where we're going to be later this week. Man, that's hard to say. This week.
Yeah, I cannot believe it is this week. It is actually insane. So Lindsay and I will get into DC on Wednesday. You will get in on Thursday. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, on Wednesday, we'll be broadcasting from the ATA headquarters for the Vet Ready Summit, and then Lindsay and Jimmy will be broadcasting on Thursday morning, also from the ATA headquarters, but for the Transition Trucking and Driving for Excellence Award recipients, or for the award recipient and everyone else that's involved in that and the board. And then on Friday, I that we will not be live Friday morning at our normal time. We'll make a post about it. I will let you guys know, but it is going to be later in the day. We're going to have to shift it. That's something that's so great about
The
this new
beautiful is
era.
on demand.
It's on demand and it's beautiful because we own our own platform. We don't have to be on at a certain time. So we will not be live Friday morning. It will be later in the afternoon. For the Army Navy game, we have a huge lineup of guests that are I'm stunned by the list. I'm not going to say anything right now, but it is really cool. You guys are not going to want to miss it on Friday. And then Saturday from Arlington, as we do every year, we'll be live, actually simulcasting with Wreaths Radio live from the Military Women's Memorial at Arlington. And we will be live from 10 to 12 Eastern. Speaking in Eastern time, we'll be, of course, in Eastern when we're there. Very excited to be there. First year ever that we'll be broadcasting from the inside. We are typically outdoors really early in the morning. So we're going to be broadcasting a little later in the morning. And also, we will not be outside this year. So that will be fun for us. And we'll get to be around the Wreaths Radio crew.
Awesomente, as they would say. Tara, thank you so much. Safe travels, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Yes. Thanks, Dave. Have a great show.
Hi, Tara.
Breaker
Jay.
Bank Talk with Tara, the terrific terrapin. We are going to be joined by an old friend. Well, he's not that old, but he is a dear friend. Dan Murray, Senior VP at ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Monday.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend.
One more American.
One more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
One of the folks we were really looking forward to seeing up in Washington, of course he lives about 5 blocks from here, is BB the King. Man, I love that. Jim can really come up with some good nicknames, can he? Yeah. BB the King. Brad Bentley, who heads up Fastport, and of course we're in the Fastport Studios here in the historic Degas House in New Orleans. Fastport solving America's toughest problems in recruiting and workforce challenges. And they do it, through research and technology, but also, most importantly, people, and we're really going to see people at play in Washington this week. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. Not friendly, ready. There's a difference. Learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Speaking of learning things, you got to do is go to atri.org and you'll learn more than you probably want to know about this industry. Dan Murray is going to be joining us for our new segment that is, Rebecca Brewster kicked it off last Monday morning. It's a weekly segment in addition to the continuing ATRI on the Air long-form monthly segment, and we're calling it the Monday Morning Memo. And Dan Murray, the Senior VP at ATRI, and Dan was in a meeting last week. He's going to share a little bit about who it was with and what it was about. We're calling it ATRI meets RTCC. Good morning, Dan. That's a little bowl of alphabet soup to get us going here this morning.
Hey, it's good to hear your voice, Dave. How's everything going?
So far, so good, but it's early yet. But, we are wrapping up.
And it's only Monday.
I know, right? But we're wrapping up this year pretty quick. And you guys got together with the Research and Technology Coordinating Committee that I'm not so sure a lot of folks know a great deal about, maybe never even heard of it. So there are some really high stakes functions and purpose that you guys have for the coalition. Is this would you call this a coalition?
Well, it's sort of that way. First of all, let me point out the obvious. The Federal Highway Administration is the single biggest arm of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and they oversee everything you can imagine, from roads and bridges to concrete pavement, roadside landscaping. They cover everything. I mean, they provide the large percentage of all the revenue that goes to the state DOTs. It's called the Federal Formula Funds. Well, they also do a lot of research, believe it or not. They're working on better, harder, more resilient concrete. They're trying to figure out how artificial intelligence is going to fit in transportation in the future. They're studying autonomous vehicles, you name it. Obviously, safety is way at the top of the list. So they're researching millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of critical issues. Some are to address issues we've suffered and faced today. Others, they're speculating out 20, 30 years, and what are we going to need our transportation system to look like? The good news is they don't do that in a vacuum. So they have something called the Research and Technology Coordinating Committee, and I sit on that. It's chaired by the Secretary of Transportation for the state of Utah. It has a few academic folks and then a number of state DOTs. Good or bad, Dave, I'm the only freight representative on it. But we provide recommendations and guidance to them in terms of what their priorities should be, where they should put their funds. Believe it or not, Federal Highway Administration has its own research centers. One of the most famous is something called the Turner Fairbanks Research Center. And so we also provide direct guidance to the researchers when they're doing bridge testing, pavement testing, looking at things like the role of rivers eating out the sand under bridges and dropping the bridges into the water. So, that stuff doesn't happen very often, and it's mostly because Federal Highway is constantly figuring out how to build a better mousetrap. And so this RTCC, as we call it, we provide regular guidance multiple times a year in terms of what their focus should be, what their priorities should be.
Wow, that is very interesting. I wasn't fully cognizant of all that they did. It's very interesting, but you said something that I want to pull out. You said, for good or bad, ATRI is the only freight entity in the committee. And I'm wondering, maybe that's good because you guys, you come in with the industry in a briefcase, so to speak, with all of the research that you have done for years and years. So it's like, I remember the joke about the Texas Ranger. They send one Texas Ranger because, well, it only takes one. It only takes one ATRI, in a sense, to be on this committee. So I think that makes a lot of sense in a way.
Yeah, and I have to give this group credit, not just the RTC members, but also FHWA, Federal Highway Administration. They are very receptive to understanding freight issues and what government research is needed to address those. So, even though we're only one of 4 freight modes, and certainly we're not even the biggest piece of the pie in terms of vehicles on the road, they're very, very open and interested in figuring out what the freight industry needs from transportation and what research will further that, that priorities of sorts.
The purview of the Federal Highway Administration, as you say, it's kind of over everything, but they don't really get into the issues that the industry is wrangling with right now, the English language stuff, the CDL problem, all of those types of things. They're strictly talking about the infrastructure, correct?
Well, not purely the infrastructure. Again, they have a lot of purview in the world of safety, and obviously transportation design. But you're right, things like CDLs and English proficiency and that sort of thing is definitely in the bailiwick of FMCSA. But the entire backbone of transportation sits with the Federal Highway Administration, and that's why they're in charge of tens of billions of dollars in annual spending. We want to make sure that money is spent wisely. We certainly want to make sure the research is focused on things that matter, and that's what the RTC does. It provides that sort of guidance and advisory role.
One of the things, that you guys do, obviously, this every year you put out the top 10 issues, and that was issued out in San Diego a couple months ago. And we always do 2 ATRI on the Air shows to break those down. Might have to do 3 now because you guys keep adding more lists to the lists. Federal Highway prioritize? Obviously, everybody has to prioritize, as you guys do, in terms of what to research. Do you guys get a chance to take the lead sometimes, where Federal Highway will say, ATRI is looking at something that we ought to take a look at? Do they? In other words, do you have that opportunity?
Yeah, absolutely. For instance, Federal Highway and supporting groups do a lot of crash worthiness testing on vehicles. For instance, does the car give or does the bridge give when there's a crash? Only recently I pointed out to them that nobody has ever done crash worthiness testing on Class 8 trucks. And so they're very intrigued with that. And I'm not saying, you have to race out and smash up some Freightliners and Volvos right away. But the fact that, truck drivers don't have any, I'm going to call it, scientific basis to say, here's how a truck protects you or here's where more protection is needed, that generally doesn't exist in the trucking world. And so they're now sort of receptive to that idea, and they're, going to figure out what might be done in that world.
Wow, fantastic. That's very promising indeed. Hey, Dan, thank you so much. And we will hopefully see you again soon, either on the Monday Morning Memo with ATRI or on ATRI on the Air. Dan Murray, everybody. He's the Senior VP. It's about 10 minutes past the hour. Susan Patton is about to join us here, and of course, you know her from Wraiths Across America and the radio, of course. And she is in Biddeford, Maine right now at the Biddeford Middle School, right in the middle of stuff. Hey, Susan, good morning.
It's great to hear you guys. Good morning. Yes, we just arrived at the Biddeford Middle School, and the band is playing in the other room. I decided to step out of the auditorium where they're going to do the ceremony so that you could actually hear me. But it was, oh, you guys, I mean, you know me and my goosebumps, but we had the most exuberant greeting coming into the Biddeford Middle School. Both sides of the road coming into the school lined with children as far as you could see, waving their American flags, holding up signs for the veterans and saying thank you and we love you. And it is just exhilarating way to bring us in.
Wow, that is all. Well, I'm not surprised because I had an opportunity to see a lot of that last year, so that doesn't surprise me, but I'm thrilled about that. What does surprise me, though, how cold is it up there in Maine right now? I should have looked before we called in.
It's a bit chilly. Do you remember what the temperature was coming in? No, I'm going to say we're in the 20s.
Okay.
That's a bit warmer than it was when we started on Saturday when we made our trek to the West Clawdy Head Lighthouse and to the Calais Bridge for our heart ceremony. We were in single digits. The only blessing was there was no wind.
Yeah.
So we didn't deal with wind chills, but we are roughly in the 20s right now.
I want to kind of read off a quick list right here, so you don't have to do it, but I just want to acknowledge the fact that you have leaders from the American Gold Star Mothers, the American Legion Auxiliary, the VFW Auxiliary, AMVETS, other service organizations, the Patriot Guard Riders are there, the Patriot Riders, law enforcement from departments across Maine and New England. That's kind of where I want to dig into that. It was almost like a ballet, a roadside ballet, watching these guys coordinate the pickup and the drop-off of the convoy as you guys move through, because you move through not on the interstate so much, but you try to go through the towns, so you're on the two lanes, the smaller roads. They really do a remarkable job of smoothing out that roadway, don't they?
It's exceptional, absolutely exceptional. Our law enforcement personnel are really extraordinary, and as you mentioned, Dave, we've got them from Maine, from New Hampshire, from the New England states as well, and we pick them up in each state that we go. The coordination and the logistics, most people don't really grasp what has to go into this. And of course, their primary objective is to keep us safe and to keep other motorists safe on the road as well. And they will go, you might have 5 members of the law enforcement team in one community, and when we're out on the highway, they will have sweeps, as they call them, where we are aware of them coming up at high rates of speed on our left-hand lane because they're trying to get past us to be able to go up to the next on-ramp to block that on-ramp so that we have the highway to ourselves as we move forward. And, you really described it beautifully. It's a law enforcement ballet on wheels.
It really is, and it's smooth. Not a glitch, not one glitch through the whole thing, which is pretty remarkable. But yeah, the sweeps, boy. The first time I saw that, I was looking in the rear view. I was in Jim Costa's brown dog truck, and so, oh man, I wonder what happened. He says, no, they're just going up there to block off the interchange so we can get through without slowing, actually, which was pretty cool.
It really is. Sometimes it's much to the chagrin of the motorists who are getting, trying to get to work here and there and making it from their point A to point B, but for the most part, people are pretty good-spirited about it. And when they see what's happening and they understand, and all of a sudden they see all the Chevrolet-wrapped vehicles with all the VIPs and the buses and the trucks, they know.
As Hank Williams Jr. would have said, that was it's an attitude adjustment in a sense. Like you're mad about that until you wait, no, now I understand, kind of a thing. You could kind of sense that as you were traveling through the convoy.
Absolutely, you do, and it's just so heartwarming when you see all of the folks. And then, of course, when people are stuck in that traffic and they see the commotion and they see all the lights, all of a sudden cell phones start coming out and they start recording, and then they get out of the cars and they start waving, and in some instances, saluting, depending upon who they are. But, that's an issue, too, that is so remarkable. Last night when we were traveling down the interstate, we had so many overpasses, and there were several of them that were filled. So the overpasses, the local first responders come out, and there was one overpass that was it just gave you goosebumps. It was amazing that they had all of their fire departments lined up on the overpass, and all the men and women were in their turnout gear, and they were standing on top of their fire apparatus at full salute, and they kind of flooded themselves with spotlights so that we could see them on the overpass.
Nice.
And it just goosebumps.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of video was taken, and you guys are going to have a lot of stuff posted up, huh?
We are certainly working on it, and each time we go, it's like, my husband Rick drives my vehicle while I'm working on photos and videos and the like, and he'll nudge me and say, you want to look up, or get your GoPro, there's a bunch of kids up ahead. So, we're working on it, and I'll share these moments with our social media team, and we post on our social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or I should say X, and TikTok, and all of those social media platforms we have a presence on, and we're trying to share as much as we can when we can.
Now, let's talk a little bit about, so everybody's at the school now in Biddeford, Maine. It is 9:15 there. When are you guys pulling out?
I believe the ceremony will begin momentarily. Of course, as you know, they wait for us all to hit the restrooms because that's our first priority. I have to be real about life, right?
Absolutely.
And then they wait for everybody to get into the auditorium. They're going to begin very shortly. I understand that we'll have a lovely ceremony, and then we'll probably depart again around 10:30 or so.
Okay, so about an hour and a half or so.
Absolutely. And, every school, every ceremony is unique. There are some things that are similar in terms of wreath presentations, but it's always fun to get the response from the folks who are on the escort, and you hear them oohing and ahhing and talking amongst themselves as we depart a particular location. And they'll, I keep hearing, that was the best one yet. That was the best one yet. So they keep getting better and better. And these schools and their communities, their faculty, their staff, their communities that they're in are incredibly supportive, and they really do go above and beyond to be sure that we can remember, honor, and teach.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting. There's an overlay of sameness. I mean, you're going to have the American flags and everything, so you're going to have the sameness. But you're right. Every school had a completely different take on it, a different feel, different ambiance in a sense.
Truly is. Each according to their gifts and according to their student body and their faculty and staff, but it's remarkable. We have an advanced team. Actually, I probably should say a team of one, Dave Mott. And Dave Mott is a Walmart professional driver for Walmart and works full-time for Wreaths Across America as well. And he will go in advance of the escort and be sure that the school is set up with their ceremonial wreaths and all the wreaths that need to be handed out during their ceremony. He'll also look ahead to be sure if there are any issues on the grounds in terms of parking coordination or anything that we might run into a problem with, so that he can radio ahead to our law enforcement officials to be sure that we can, go into plan B or plan C, contingency, whatever that may be.
Yeah, absolutely. Susan, thank you so much for taking time out of a way too busy schedule here this morning. And please say hi to everybody. That I wish I could have been there. I know Jimmy Mack had a blast. Dean Croak had a blast up there the last few days. And we will see you in a couple of days in Washington.
It's great, Dave. I can barely hear you at this point, my friend, because the noise has picked up here.
We can kind of hear it. Yeah.
So we love you very much. We appreciate all of your support from the Nemo team and having us on.
WreathsAcrossAmerica.org. That's Susan Patton. Well, speaking of schools, we're going to head down south a little bit, and Susan Patton was talking to us from the Biddeford Middle School up in Maine, kicking off the convoy to Arlington this year for Wreaths Across America. Mike Litzenkirchen is joining us, and of course, you know Mike by now. He's been with us on the show on a fairly regular basis for a couple of years now, believe it or not. And of course, if you don't know Mike, he's the father of the late Philip Litzenkirchen. Phil was a great Auburn University football player, 2009 to 2012. Phil was killed in a car crash in 2014. His dad, Mike, started the Let's See 43 Foundation. 43 was Phil's number. And the foundation educates high school students about the dangers of distracted, impaired, and unsafe driving. But not only that, it provides them with the tools to make better decisions behind the wheel. And Mike, welcome back to the show. It's so good to talk to you as always.
Hey, Dave, great to be on and actually taking it from Chattanooga, Tennessee, where we're doing a site visit for an event we're going to host up here next Wednesday on December 17th.
Indeed. And it's called the Safe Driving Summit. Give us some... I thought we've talked quite a bit before about the this, that, and the other aspects of everything you're doing. And if we've done it before, I kind of forgot. So that means we should maybe do it again, kind of dig in to talk about exactly what the summit entails. There are 4 component pieces, I guess you might say, 4 component areas. Sharing the road and getting to know big trucks is tops on the list, huh?
Yeah, so Dave, for your audience, it's when we address the teenage audience, so we're talking anywhere from 13 to 19, if you will, but really 15 to 18. It's that 9th through 12th grade audience. One of the ways we do that is we have licensed and created a 5-hour safe driving summit. It typically runs from 9 to 2 on a high school campus, or we'll go to a technical college or 4-year campus and bring high school kids to the event. But what we start out with is about a 75-minute keynote where I share very intimate details of how Philip, as a passenger, and his friend, the driver, lost their lives. It was a crash. It wasn't an accident. It was due to poor decisions that were made that weekend where the kids drank throughout the day on a Saturday, rolled into early morning after midnight. So there's one lesson, is not to be on the roads after midnight. 3 of the 4 kids were not wearing a seatbelt. All 4 kids were legally intoxicated or drunk. The one young man, and maybe it was muscle memory, I don't know, they got in that front passenger seat. He did the 3-second habit in his life where he reached his right shoulder and came to his left hip and wore a seatbelt. And the latest statistics are 61% of our roadway fatalities, somebody wasn't wearing a seatbelt. And it blows me away that in today's day and age, the proof that seatbelts save lives, and yet 61% of our fatalities, somebody wasn't wearing a seatbelt, whether it be the driver or passengers. But we always conclude that keynote with a state trooper, if you will, law enforcement, reading a script of an actual teen crash that occurred. As he or she is doing that, we always have about anywhere from 8 to 10 different first responder organizations at these summits. We think it's so important for the high school kids to see state, county, and city personnel across fire, EMS, airlift, evac, all 3 levels of law enforcement. We typically bring in a wrecker or towing company, and then, quite frankly, we bring in a coroner. But we read that script of what occurred, and they're all coming up behind the trooper who's reading the script, and then afterwards we project what that crash site looks like, and then the trooper will tell each organization, first responder organization, to take 3 minutes to tell the kids what you do individually or independently as an organization, but how you collaboratively work to get that team that has to get to the emergency room for surgeries to make sure that occurs. Once we do that, what's great is we can do an all-student assembly for that. So we've had as many as 2,500 kids in a gym see that opening keynote, but then we take up to 400 kids, and they rotate through the 4 breakouts. The one that you just described is called Share the Road. It's typically delivered down here in the South by an America Trucking Association road team captain, and then other trucking companies that we've got great partnerships here in the Southeast. The other 3 breakouts, one is in law enforcement. Again, they're going to come in at state trooper, commercial vehicle enforcement, county sheriff, city police, and they're going to give a presentation to the kids about what they're seeing on the roads of teenage drivers, and they're going to do some statistics and some data and share the kids some information there. The final 2 breakouts are healthcare driven. One is a reenactment of a teen coming into an emergency room, and we'll have anywhere from 8 to 10 personnel there. In fact, we're right here with Erlinger Health getting ready for next week doing this site visit. Dr. Chris Bell will be the lead surgeon and tell the kids, here's what's going to happen if you end up in this emergency room, and do all we can to get you through here to surgeries. If the child survives the crash, the emergency room visit, and surgery or surgeries, what does rehab look like? What can the professionals do to try to get you back to pre-crash mental and physical status if we can? And we're proud, Dave, down here in Georgia and in Alabama, we've now delivered 32 of these summits, 85 plus high schools participating, and over 23,000 students attending.
Wow, that is impressive. One of the things that I've noticed here is that everything's in person, because kids today, and I'm starting to get that way myself, I'm looking at a screen more than anything else in the world. You know, I'm in a room and I'm not looking at the room, I'm looking at a screen. I'm talking to people, but I'm talking to them on a screen. The thing about going into the trauma thing, that's an in-person thing. I mean, that you just can't get that on video, can you? I mean, that's where the impact comes, the actual human-on-human relationship, the visceral relationship.
That's right. So again, I kind of just described what we do to try to educate the teens. And for your audience to think about, I think of roadway safety as 3 pillars or 3 elements. It's the road structure, infrastructure, if you will. It's the vehicles, and it's the people. And in all these situations we're at, we have wonderful relationships with State Department of Transportation. So GDOT in Georgia and LDOT, Alabama DOT over there, Tennessee DOT. They're the infrastructure experts, right? They know where to put in a roundabout or rumble strips or change the roadway barriers. They know where to reduce speed, and again, typically based on data of lost lives. They're the experts, and we partner with them. When it comes to vehicles, there's some great companies out there like Sansera and Lytix and McLeod Software, the vehicle manufacturers themselves. That's their nature, what they're trying to do to make these vehicles safer. And we really think through Philip's story and Philip Life and the creation of our 43 Key Seconds initiative, we're right in that sweet spot on people. Can we get to these teenagers and create strong driving behaviors right out of the gate, or break some bad ones that they might have started early, like texting and driving or TikTok and driving or not wearing seatbelts? That's what we're really trying to do. But we try to address audiences, Dave, everywhere from 15 years old to 65 and older. I'm thrilled later today I'm going to give a keynote at the Thrive Regional Partnership here in the Chattanooga area in their mobility group and really try to impress upon them what we're doing with corporate America to make their environment safer.
Wow. Thank you so much for squeezing all of that in. That's a lot of stuff to put in that package right there, Mike. I really appreciate it. And, of course, we hope that you'll continue to join us here on the program.
Well, Dave, always grateful to hear your voice and to share with your audience. Everybody, wear seatbelts, drive the speed, and be safe out there.
Got you covered. Lutzie, Lutzie 43.org. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Air Freight Traffic Association, better known as NMFTA, is going to be joining us here in just a few moments. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to kind of get a little sneak preview into the 2026 Cybersecurity Trends Report. Speaking of trends, though, Christmas holiday shopping is trending up pretty well. The NRF, the National Retail Federation, says that when it comes to the Christmas shopping season, it runs from November 1st through December 31st, not 24th, but December 31st, okay? My birthday's still in there, guys. Just kidding. No, I mean it is, but I'm kidding. You know what I mean. They say that this year, the holiday spending, November 1 through December 31, is going to go over $1 trillion for the first time. They figure that the growth is going to run anywhere from 3.7% to 4.2% over what we did last year, the 2024. In terms of numbers of people, and we're talking about people going to shop, not online, but in the stores, that was up. Last year, they figured about 197 million shoppers were out there, and that blew away the previous record. This year, they figure it's going to be up from 197 to 203, 202.9. Let's just say 203 and keep it simple. 203 this year. And that's just the holiday weekend from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday. That's not the whole season. That's just the holiday, the 5 days between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday. So there's that. So those are big things, and we get even bigger things to talk about with Ben Wilkins, as always. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Doing fantastic on this Monday, the 8th. You know, today is the anniversary of our entry into World War II.
A long time ago. It seems like we kind of lose touch with those years more and more each year that goes by. But I think it's important that we remember that period of time and kind of the lessons learned from all that.
I knew a young lady who used to work for us, and she made note of the fact that I always made a big deal about D-Day, June 6th. And she wanted to know if that was because I was there. I was old, but I ain't that old. I'm just old school, so even the school wasn't there. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, speaking of moving ahead, it's kind of strange. I think that the notes that you sent down about the 2026 Cybersecurity Trends Report was the first time that I saw 2026 typed into something for the show. You know what I mean? Like, here we go. We're ready to move in. Yeah.
It's coming, man. It's coming right around the corner. This year seems like it's been accelerating. Every month seems shorter. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, and I think November is going to be my invisible month. I don't even think in November it really happened.
Yeah, likewise. It's I blinked, it was September, and I blinked, it was December. So something strange happened this fall. Twilight Zone.
Used to be an old man. I thought I'd get this way when I was old, but you young guys are doing this, and kids are doing the same. It's crazy. But at any rate, enough of that. I didn't walk through the list, but I did say there were 5 things on the list. The must-have cybersecurity best practices list. Now, the trends report is going to be coming out, and you're not at liberty to dig into details, and we won't do that now anyway. But I thought there was one word in the first point, and the word is human. Strengthening human-centered defenses. Wow. Talk about getting back to square one, back to basics, huh?
Well, it's interesting, as technology has progressed, and particularly now, we're all probably tired at this point of the AI this, AI that kind of buzzword thing. But as technology continues to progress, we realize that, it isn't changing the fact that the human element is the number one, both the number one defense and the number one weak point in any environment. And so one of the things that throughout our trends report this year, we remarked on as a team is how each one of the trends that we identified and we're tracking and looking at moving into 2026, every single one of those could be positively impacted if we strengthen the human-centered side of the defensive cybersecurity operations. Whether that's a training, whether it's a behavioral change or an awareness change in the team, it always comes back to, in some way or another, humans changing their level of awareness, changing the way they behave, lessening their likelihood to be weaponized by the bad actors against their own organization, willingly or unwillingly, wittingly or unwittingly.
There was an adage in World War II, going back again to D-Day, but loose lips sink ships. And of course, that's nothing new even in the 1940s. I think that goes back through human history. But we've never been confronted with artificial entities that compete with us and compete with us on a playing field, in a sense, in terms of and sometimes a deadly game. So we're up against forces that we've never really been up against. I mean, they say AI is not going to take somebody's job. Somebody who knows how to use AI is going to take your job. Well, yeah, but the whole AI thing does have a life of its own too, and we kind of tend to let it be, and then we kind of succumb to the trickery that can happen simply because we just weren't being human enough, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think when I think about the way AI is impacting things, I joke that, if you have bad processes, AI can just do your bad processes faster than you can.
Garbage in, garbage out is what they said in the 80s.
Exactly. That's never changed with any technology. But I think the thing that's different about AI is obviously the sophistication and the fact that we cognitively, humans haven't really caught on to the fact that we cannot trust what we see and hear in what have historically been reliable venues, like a video call with someone or a phone call with someone whose voice we know well. Even those kinds of things are now attack vectors from a cybersecurity perspective with deep fake videos and spoofed voices and those types of things. And so it's so funny. We're going back to some really old school techniques, secret code words that are shared between people. That, if you call me, Dave, and you say, hey, I need you to, send me $1,000 in Apple gift cards. As much as I'd love to do that, I'd say, well, Dave, what's our code word? And if you don't know that, then there's a pretty good odds that you're not really Dave, right? And so we're seeing some of those old school human to human things really being effective,
Ben,
against AI.
Excuse me, Ben, just one moment. Andre, Ben's not going to send the credit cards, so forget it. Okay. Yeah, really.
I know. I hate
but,
to
that's a joke,
right
but it
before
ain't
the holiday
funny.
day.
It ain't funny because somebody somewhere is doing it right now.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
One of the other things, too, kind of going down the list, hardening identity and access controls. Okay, so you go into your medical records at the doctor's office or I'm with Humana, Medicare, so you go in there, and now they want to send you a text to make sure it's you, and you got to click the box to prove you're human, how many pictures have a bridge in it, all that kind of stuff. Is that that is hardening, correct?
Yeah, so that's definitely a piece of this, right?
Okay.
So that's confirming your identity is, that you are actually who you claim to be. That's the authentication portion, the multi-factor and all of that stuff. But there's another layer, and that's what can you do once you have accessed the system? What data can you access? We need to make sure that, we're using, we call it role-based access control and, attribute access control. So it's, who are you? What is your role in the organization? And is your access, once you've proven who you are, appropriately scoped to what you should be doing, in line with your job duties? And we see that that's, kind of sometimes we take the easy road where we're not really sure if you should or shouldn't have it. So we err on the side of make life easier and give you access to it. That gets people in trouble all the time. If you have more access to more data than you need, or more access to more systems than you need, or the ability to change settings, or, you name it, that can lead to problems, especially if your account gets compromised.
On a very small, non-threatening, non-criminal way, we fall into that right here at Radio Nemo. And what I mean by that is we live by a calendar. It's a Google Calendar, and Claire Marie, and only Claire Marie, can touch it, because as soon as somebody else gets a hold of the calendar, it goes haywire. And there are several other factors, like Tara does Breaker Back Talk every Monday morning, and she had notes. She put them in a document. I didn't have permission to open the document. She had to give me that permission. So we actually we're actually following a lot of that stuff. But in terms of my operation, it's more of for me it's an aggravation, not a security thing. Now, So is there a disappearing line between what is really necessarily secure and what can just be aggravating?
Well, so it's interesting. In security, we have what's called the CIA triad, and that's not CIA as in, spooks and spies. That's so C is confidentiality, the I is integrity, and the A is access. So any one of those things can be compromised by a malicious actor, by a bad actor. But it can also be, like you said, maybe somebody in the organization edits something that they shouldn't have. Those things can be it can be irritation, or it can be security, but there are similar methods prevent both.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are just about out of time here, Ben, and obviously we could go on, and hopefully we will, because we got to get you back, man.
Well, you know where to find me. Always happy to join.
Yes, he hasn't blocked us yet. We know where to find him.
Right.
Oh, always so much fun talking to you, Ben. And thank you for sharing stuff in a way that even I can understand, and that means something, man. I can tell you that right now.
I think that's the only way to do it, man.
All right. Take care. Ben Wilkins, everybody.
You too.
He is at the head of the list in the Great Guy Department, and he's also cybersecurity principal engineer at NMFTA, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. If you ever wind up on the side of the road and you just don't want to be there and your truck don't care, well, the folks at truckdown.com care. So get the app now before you need it. You know, sometimes when you have something that you're going to need, just because you have it, you'll never need it. Try that on for size. Truckdown.com. TRUCKDOWN.com. I've got about 6 pages of notes here printed. Yeah, old school, right? Printed pages of notes for today's program. And I ran across something that I put into the notes because I thought, well, you know what? If I got a couple of minutes, I'm going to go ahead and just read something to you. And it's something that I read to whoever was listening back in 1994. So let that sink for just a moment. It's from the Associated Press. It's an article, and it does not have a byline on it, so I don't know who the author of this is. Now, it may have been apparent 40 years ago, but I don't know about now. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whenever 1994 was. The name of the title of the argument, the headline of the article, not the title of the argument, the headline of the article, Trucking World Will Be Turning Upside Down. Now, take that headline, forget the story from 1994, just put that headline out there in the trucking world right now, and everybody would say, oh yeah, it is. It's turning upside down right now. And you know what you're talking about, right? You're talking about all of the stuff that came up with the undocumented, unlicensed, illegal CDLs, the CDL mills, the whole thing, everything that's going wrong, right? That's not what this is about at all. This is about something that that the industry was, just into it, lock, stock, and barrel, back in the mid-'90s. When President Clinton is asked about the progress of his campaign to reinvent the federal government, he likes to bring up the new federal law aimed at deregulation of the trucking industry. American consumers, he says, will save up to $8 billion a year as a result of reduced federal paperwork requirements for shippers and their motor carriers. That may very well happen, but if so, it won't be without some rather powerful side effects in virtually every state capital in the country. The fact is that Clinton isn't just deregulating trucking. He's taking a sizable step toward putting dozens of state commerce commissions out of business. As of January 1, these agencies will no longer have authority over the pricing habits of trucking companies, even those operating solely within state borders. In other words, intrastate trucking. The measure Clinton signed last August summarily prohibits states from regulating prices, routes, or other services of any motor carrier that transport property. In 40 states that currently exert some regulatory control, truckers will no longer need state approval before they change their prices or serve new areas. States can continue to regulate the safety and insurance side of the trucking business, but for many of them, losing the authority over price means losing much of the rationale for their existence. Well, this is 1994. In one dramatic but largely unnoticed move, Clinton and Congress brought down a regulatory structure that had been in place for 60 years. That structure set up initially to combat the predatory practices of the railroads, was built on the idea that only close government supervision would prevent shippers and carriers from using discriminatory pricing strategies or simply abandoning high-cost rural areas. That was one of the things back in the 80s and 90s when something like biodiesel started coming out. Soybeans was the first crop, and the first headlines you saw, and we've read them off on the show. You may remember, the whole thing was like, we're going to take food off the table and put it in the gas tanks, and that sort of thing. Well, this was sort of the same, type of, attitude and some of the apprehensions that people had that, you take a look at the populations of the rural areas, rural towns, rural counties. There's just not enough people out there to make it worthwhile to go with bread and milk and pork chops. Interesting, right? Again, this is not today, it's 1994. Jay Grimes, are you there?
I'm here.
Well, hey, good morning. I gotta tell you, I'm gonna say this in front of everybody. I heard you on the phone. I didn't know you were there. You're not. I didn't know you were coming on the show this morning. That's my one good surprise. I'm glad to have you here.
Good to be with you and going down memory lane there with the that 1994 F4A bill that still plays a part in some of the stuff we're working on here in Washington.
Boy, doesn't it ever. When you say F4A, I know a lot of ears perked up saying, oh my God, F4A, haven't heard that in a while. But yeah, there it is. I ran across this by accident this past week. Yeah. The story.
Mm-hmm.
And today we basically say, and in every age in the world, our problems are more complex, bigger and worse and more unsolvable than any problems that the human race has ever had. Trucking is the same way. We're the same animal. What we're going through right now we've never seen the likes of the turmoil in trucking that we have right now. And well, actually we have pretty much.
Trucking history certainly repeats itself in a number of ways for the trucking industry, and we deal with that in some of our issues. ELDs, they've been around here mandated for 7-8 years, and it was a long fight in Congress. So that's one that still keeps popping its ugly head as well.
And I got to say this too, because there is a lot of I think buyer's remorse in terms of the whole ELD thing. Canada got it right. And I don't know if they looked at us and got it right because of that, if they had already planned on not doing the self-certification thing. But we have a laundry list of ELDs out there, and they're all self-certified. And now, guess what? All of the problems concerning ELDs have to do with the self-certification process. Had that not been put in place in the first place, we wouldn't be talking about problems with ELDs. So we have met the enemy, and he is us.
Exactly, yeah. This notion of self-certification is always tough to comprehend on some of the logic for it, especially on such a critical device that's was going to be touted for improving safety, a silver bullet solution to have ELDs on mostly every truck. I think where we stand on the importance of ELDs, but certainly the cost, the headaches that this self-certification has caused. I think it's just about every week FMCSA announces a handful of devices that have been removed from the registry. Then there's a process to get reinstated. And a lot of that has to do with the rule that allowed these to be self-certified. We've seen some tragic cases where some of these vendors and carriers are able to fraudulently log their hours of service, creating fictitious driver's accounts through the ELD system. Then they, in some cases, carriers will, who have been doing things the wrong way can reapply, re-register just under a different name and get away with it pretty easily. I think now we are seeing some steps that's going to at least put some more oversight in place from FMCSA. And last week, new administrator Derek Bars announced it's going to be a complete overhaul of the vetting process for ELDs, helping to ensure non-compliant devices are blocked before they're ever put up on that ELD registry list. So I think we're taking some steps to have some oversight. I think they announced there's going to be more review, more verification, more fraud detection to hopefully make sure, when someone's buying a device, that what they're buying is working the way it's supposed to and isn't going to be pulled down from the list of compliant devices in 2 weeks. And then a carrier or small business has got to find a new ELD, reinstall it, figure out how to work this one all over again. So unfortunately, these costs add up, and there's way too many devices that, again, you just check a box saying you're certified and run a couple of very minor tests, and then you're on the list. And I think the announcement last week from FMCSA, we're going to at least have a few more steps to make sure that the ELDs get a little more background before they're put up on that registry.
So we created a problem that we are now trying to deal with because you have a front door and a back door.
Yep.
On the front door, the ELD, it's all about safety, all about compliance. Yeah. The back door, the self-certification door, means that sooner or later, you're going to start finding ELDs that are manipulable. You can mess with them, and people are going to mess with them. And we created the problem, the English language proficiency thing. We created that problem in about 2015, 2016, when they took it off the out of service list. So we're just fixing problems that we created. We got to stop creating problems. I was talking to Dan Murray just a little while ago, and he from ATRI, Dan, and they're part of the Research and Technology Committee with FHWA, and they look ahead like 20, 30 years ahead to see what we're going to need in terms of transportation infrastructure and bridge building and everything. I wonder if anybody looked 20 or 30 years ahead on the ELD thing.
Yeah, you would. It seems like there was not a whole lot of foresight in this process, and I wasn't at OIDA when the legislation got enacted back in 2012. But looking back on some of the research there, we're telling Congress these things aren't going to work the way you want them. They're not going to solve all these safety problems that FMCSA and DOT are saying, and the large carriers, frankly, too, are saying. It's been 8 years now since that mandate went into effect. I don't think there's really been any significant change in the safety with the ELD mandate. A lot more headaches, a lot more problems for drivers, a lot more costs with these faulty devices, and a lot more security risks, cyber security and manipulating these devices. I think last year, 2 years ago, the Colorado State University did some research where they showed just how easy it was to hack in to ELDs and take control of a vehicle. We've seen reports from the FBI highlighting the vulnerabilities too. So unfortunately, when you knew all that going in and you still went with self-certification, it drives you crazy. We think we've got some better solutions coming in these new categories, the cross-checking of devices and that more thorough verification process. But You mentioned Canada. They've got some independent testing and certification that needs to be done. And we're still not there yet. I think ideally, that's what we would, prefer to see, is that the devices that want to get on this list, that these vendors and developers have to get more independent third-party testing, making sure they work they're intended to, and that they're protected from some of these malicious actors and carriers that we've seen take advantage of the ELD mandate.
We're going to take a real quick break right here. Jay, hang with us, and we'll be right back. Jay Grimes is with us. Seventeen Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Right back with Jay Grimes. And of course, you hear Jay all the time on another one of our long-running series around here. Started it off with Rod Novziger many moons ago. It's called the Washington Trucking Week, a regular Friday morning event for years. Well, it's Monday morning, but we're making some adjustments because of all of the activities heading over on the East Coast from Maine to Washington, D.C. The Wreaths Across America convoy is just about ready to head out in about 30 minutes or so out of Bedford, Maine, where they are at the middle school right now. And then everybody is going to have the conclave there at Washington, D.C. for the Vet Ready Summit. We'll also be at the Women's War Memorial. We'll also be at the Chamber of Commerce and at Arlington itself and Radio Row. And Jay Grimes is with us here, of course, from OOIDA and Washington Trucking Week. So, Jay, I don't want to grouse too much more about the ELD thing, but I don't want to take credit for this, but I thought it was pretty obvious when ELDs first came out, even when they were first talked about. I knew enough about computers at that time to know that anything you can do, a computer can do better, okay? So if we can take a paper log and figure it out in 15-minute segments, then a computer can do the same thing. Why in the world do you think that the computer runs down to the second, just like my broadcast clock does? And I can't make things on time sitting here in a chair. How can you make things happen on time sitting in a driver's seat? That is crazy stuff. So why do you think that they haven't mirrored the paper log with the electronic log? They could have done it. Easy.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of the compatibility question, and really what the ELDs are designed for in the first place. It's trucking is an unpredictable profession. You never know what's going to happen on the road, and with the hours of service, the way those are structured, it doesn't make it any easier to adjust your schedule. And these ELDs are in place for mostly fleet management for the larger carriers to try and keep their drivers on time and in compliance. I think the last 8 years has shown that they're in no way necessary for every driver and every truck out on the road. And the system and the design, I think, opens itself up to not working as it intended. We told the agency that, we told Congress that, and here we are, more than a decade after the legislation was passed in MAP 21 in 2012, and now 8 years since the mandate went into effect, and still causing problems every day with the ELD mandate. And unfortunately, FMCSA Congress, had a chance to maybe have some more room for error, make these open up some exemptions for more of the industry, more of the experienced drivers, and chose not to. And we're still beating down the door on that. But we also, understand that, if this is the environment we're in, how can we make it the most successful? Eliminating the self-certification is going to be helpful in doing that. And so the announcement last week, positive, but again, more room to cover. And ELDs isn't the only area where self-certifying is in existence. And we had another announcement last week on the entry-level driver training provider, where a lot of these schools are self-certifying. And I think DOT announced they removed 3,000 different training entities, added another close to 5,000, put them on notice. So you see the self-certification concerns throughout the industry, throughout the registration process, and we're getting some upgrades there. So it's clearly a priority for Secretary Duffy, for Administrator Bars, and that's a welcome sign.
Now, there has been talk very recently about basically getting rid of a lot of people at FMCSA. I thought they were kind of understaffed to begin with. Maybe I was wrong, but what are you hearing about that? And how is that going to affect things in terms of what the FMCSA is capable of doing?
Well, certainly across the government, a little bit of some changes going on with the new administration, trying to get more efficient, use some different systems to make government work a little better, get a little more bang for your buck. I think FMCSA, they play a critical safety role. So I don't think we haven't seen a purge that we've seen in some of the areas and some of the agencies that got shut down or are proposed to get shut down altogether. FMCSA still running. I think it is a challenge given the federal resources. I think Administrator Bars has a strong vision and for what the agencies are going to prioritize. And I think we've seen already this year a number of positive announcements, really for the first time in a long time, prioritizing the needs of the drivers with the Pro Trucker package that was announced in June, all the activity cracking down on non-domiciled CDLs, restoring English language proficiency violations into the out-of-service criteria. So I'm optimistic that the folks in charge at DOT and FMCSA, are going to, continue to make some productive changes. And part of that Pro Trucker package, there was some talk a couple of years ago about, we do have a pre-99 vehicle exemption from ELDs if you got a, engine 1999 or older, you don't have to have an ELD. There was some talk about eliminating that exemption altogether and putting ELDs on more trucks. Fortunately, FMCSA announced in June that they're not going to explore that pre-99 exemption is here to stay. And then we're also expecting the action that was announced this week in terms of improving the self-certification process and having some more guardrails in place there. So I'm like what I'm seeing from FMCSA these days, and I know we know, and we're telling them there's a lot more they need to work on too. But it is refreshing.
The Director of Affairs Federale, Jay Grimes, at OIDA. Sorry, Jay, and the Washington Trucking Week. Always enjoy listening to you on the radio, Jay. So I'll be tuned in to the next edition.
Sounds good. Thanks again, Dave.
Thank you, man. And now it's time for all the news that we can use and possibly abuse. Eugene Malero is about to join us from Transport Topics. Eugene, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Happy Monday. Hope you had a really good weekend.
Not too bad at all. While it lasted, how about yourself?
It was good. I actually was hitting the I-95 corridor. I had to go to New Jersey from Virginia to see some family. So I always enjoy, going back to, going to the rest stops and just kind of getting the feel for the road. Sometimes I get a little caught up in the Washington bubble. So it's always good to, just check out I-95, see how the highways are doing. But yeah, overall, things are going well. Thank you.
Oh, indeed. Well, that sounds real good. You are the senior reporter and editor, of course, at Transport Topics. I think everybody out there right now knows that already. And I was looking through some stuff this weekend, speaking of the weekend, and I thought maybe I'd ask you to kind of weigh in on something. DOT is trying to close, the bad CDL mills. They're trying to get undocumented and sometimes even flat out illegal non-English speaking drivers off the road. But an organization that really has nothing to do with trucking until like now, in a general sense, is in on it. FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network that the Department of, it's Treasury Department, isn't it, FinCEN?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I've been kind of joking around. They've done something that Barney Fife would say will nip it in the bud. All of this stuff, all of the things that are clustered around the trucking, the big ticket item in trucking now, undocumented, illegal, unqualified drivers. And why are they here? They're here for money. And what do they do with that money? Well, they send it home. Where is home? Foreign countries. How much? Billions and billions, like $100 billion. So if you take the impetus away, the incentive away, there's no reason to be here. So DOT could just be a non-player in this whole thing in a minute. All they have to do is sit back and wait for everybody to leave, I guess, because $2,000, if you try to send money to a foreign country that is over $2,000, you're going to get flagged. Banks are starting to get, scared. Western Union ain't happy. Nobody's happy. Wow. Do you think that this could be like the silver bullet that just ends all of this stuff and we can move merrily along? It's almost sounds a little cynical in a sense, but on the other hand, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, you really laid it out very well, Dave, that just a little bit of background. FinCEN has been around for several decades and is one of these really little unknown divisions of the federal government that plays an outsized role in tracking the financial crimes that operate in this country. They were very prominent shortly after 9/11, going after any major money transfers that were linked to Al Qaeda and other networks that were deemed terrorist groups. Here, the Trump administration is, calling on the Treasury Department to use FinCEN, as you put it, to track anything larger than $2,000 that could be suspected or deemed, just flat out illegal after some findings. And where this goes under the umbrella of the trucking industry is that, as you pointed out, U.S. DOT has been very aggressively going after CDL mills and other rogue players on our highways and throughout the trucking industry. So this is really, DOT is not, working hand in hand with FinCEN. However, this is part of the Trump administration's multi-agency, crackdown of what they, again, these CDL mills and other related rogue actors. And this includes the Treasury Department, obviously, the Labor Department, the Energy Department, and DOT, and together with DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and together they're really, as they say in Washington and in journalism, they're following the money. And going back to your point, the idea here is, somewhat obvious that if you find the source of the money, if you trap the money transfers, that the major incentive to participate in a rogue way in domestic trucking industries would be eliminated. And then the end result here, ideally, the ultimate goal is to improve safety on our highways.
Boy, that's a lot, I'll tell you. And it's amazing that the government. Okay, I was just talking to Jay Grimes, and I know you know Jay from OOIDA and Landline.
Yeah.
We were talking about the fact that you take the ELD thing now, the self-certification problems. We knew that was a problem going in. Why did we do it anyway? Well, we did it. Canada didn't do it, so they don't have the problems. So now we're going to fix that problem. And with the CDLs and all of that and the undocumented workers and everything, we created that problem. The English-speaking thing we created. So all of these problems that, and I hate to keep beating this poor horse who's been dead now for a long time. We keep making the same mistakes over and over again, and then we try to fix them. Maybe, and when it comes down to it, maybe FinCEN is like the saving grace here because, again, it can do what others can do without the red tape because it takes years for anything. How many years did we talk about the ELD before it actually went into before it went on paper, and then it took a while before it actually went on the road,
Exactly, yeah. And this is why FinCEN has been a go-to tool for these types of, problems and situations. The Treasury Department. So additionally, FinCEN is already, tracking, money transfers throughout the country with these, any transfer companies. So they're already being vigilant. That's their job. What the Trump administration is doing is they're putting them under the umbrella of an executive order that was specific to, illegal aliens and then linked to anything within the transportation, our transportation arena. So DOT has an involvement there with oversight. What will be very worth noting here, Dave, is that going forward, as soon as the Congress returns from the holidays, sometime in January, there is already a lot of bipartisanship to go and after the CDL mills and these rogue actors in the trucking industry. So Congress in January is going to really start finalizing what they call the highway bill, this major piece of legislation to update the laws of federal highway programs. There is already a lot of buzz that there's going to be some very strong enforcement language to go after CDL mills. You have some bipartisan voices in the House and Senate. Senators Tom Cotton from Arkansas, he's big champion on this. Senator Ted Cruz, Maria Cantwell on the Commerce Department. On the House side, you have the leadership from the House Transportation Committee. So all of these major policymakers are really focusing to do some real enforcement, combating to, like I said, improve safety while addressing this immigration concern, immigration problem, and getting rid of these rogue actors in the trucking industry.
Yeah, we can do that. Eugene, thank you so much. Always so good talking to you. I deeply appreciate you being with us here, not just this morning, but always.
Okay, you got it.
Eugene Malero, everybody. He is the senior guy there at Transport Topics. Tom Bray is on the chat with us on YouTube. Hey, Tom, good morning. Tom says, and here's a guy who knows some stuff too, man. I'll tell you that. Tom says, EDL rules, see what I mean? ELD rules are built on two faulty concepts: trust and the ability to catch bad actors during auditing. NACFE, the North American Council of Freight Efficiency's guy, the man with the plan is Mike Roth. And Mike is with us on the program on a regular basis, and he's with us right now. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Good to talk to you.
A record 203 million people ran down to the shopping center during those 5 days between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday. Were you one of them?
Yeah, so they really went to a store. Didn't know that was still a thing.
A real thing.
I did, and I think there's, I wonder if we're taking a little bit of a, the pendulum swings in the world. So, are we swinging back a little bit to hear the music and not just go to our front porch and grab a package? Maybe really go to a store. I don't know if the numbers are showing that, but maybe that's what you're suggesting.
Well, I'm not suggesting it. I did suggest that to my wife the other day, and she wasn't buying into it. But I'm so glad you said that, Mike, because yeah, I do. We get tired of everything, and we're going to get tired of sitting around with our thumbs working off on our phones. So yeah, I think folks are going to get back to these new shopping centers that are more lifestyle centers. They built one up in Nashville, in the area we used to live in. Went from that regular shopping center with the big parking lot surrounding it with the big one building to all of these buildings with a hotel and restaurants and doctors, and it's like a community center. So yeah, I think you're right. I hope so, because we need to get out there more, don't we?
There's a lot of talk, in the last couple of decades about experiences and how important experiences are to our life, and I think that's kind of what we're talking about here. I mean, we don't want to give away that total shopping experience. So yeah, maybe the solution is if you combine a holiday dinner with a holiday walk through Christmas lights and a tree, and do that with some shopping and maybe a holiday movie. You put all that together, and that might be the answer here. I don't know.
It's out there somewhere, that's for sure. We're going to zero in on what we're supposed to be doing here this morning. That's talking about some very important points about NACFE, the North American Council of Freight Efficiency, and why you do and how you do what you do, because I may need some research that Andre might not need. And you put out, in a typical organization, we'll put out some research, and then we both have to see, well, does this apply to me or not? Well, maybe, yeah, kind of. You guys kind of get away from that and really get down to basics with different types of reports for different types of needs, I guess you might say.
Yeah, we do. So, this is something we don't talk about a lot, and I'm happy to talk with you. We do have very purposeful reports. So, you'll see in Transport Topics or Heavy Duty Trucking or Fleet Owner that NACFE's got another report, and boom, you read it and you look at it, and you might watch our video and see the web page, and then that may change how you buy tires or aerodynamics or electric trucks. And so We focus on that, but we are organized around maybe 4 or 5 different kinds of reports. And so let me walk through them real quick. First one is on current technology. So, and we call those confidence reports. That's what confidence should fleets have in buying something that's available to them now. Trailer aerodynamics, tractor aerodynamics, idle reduction, and those sort of things. If a solution is emerging and maybe not available from any of the truck OEMs, but maybe it's sort of like in a testing mode or early, we call those guidance reports. So we'll do a guidance report to help guide the industry. You're not yet at a point where we can confidently say, so that's the difference between confidence reports and guidance reports. And then we also do thought leadership. And so this is where a great example of that is 10 years ago, we proposed that there were more day cabs in regional haul. And so it was becoming a more hub and spoke regional freight movement instead of the classic truckload. And I think we're seeing, that happen in a very, very slow change in how freight movement occurs to private and dedicated. I have debates on that with some of my industry friends, but that would be an example of a thought leadership report. And then we do collaboration reports, and this is where an organization comes to us and wants to together work with us on something in between maybe a thought leadership report and some of these technology reports. So that's kind of the big picture. We'll say what kind of reports, and we have different colors on the cover of the reports and little things like that, Dave, to make sure we're saying this is a confidence report or this is a thought leadership. But we don't be too much in your face around that. It really doesn't matter. It's the subject and the content that does.
And indeed. But I'm going to kind of do what you said not to do just now. And dig into I want to go to the thought leadership report. So you're looking at stuff to see, is there kind of a marker to where that thought leadership report about something, about this widget, can this widget then move into the guidance report and then move into the confidence report?
Yeah, that could be a pathway. Another thing is just where, there's a bunch of industry chatter about something. And we look at it and we go, well, why not us throw something else into that chatter? So a good example of a thought leadership report that's downloadable on our website is when the DOE finished their Super Truck 2 programs. We looked at that and they were reporting miles per gallon of 15, 16 mile per gallon. And we're like, oh my God, how do you get there? I mean, that's like, how do you take only a gallon and go 15 miles with a heavy duty truck? And so we went into that. We reviewed all of it. We met with the truck OEMs and we put together a report around just like how far can modern diesel truck fuel economy go and what's realistic and how much would a truck cost to get you 15 or 16 mile per gallon. So that was kind of cool. And so, it could be thought leadership could be on something that looks promising, but way down the road, or it could be something going on right now that is just a lot of chatter about. So not a lot of definition around that, Dave, but that would be good. Some examples.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting stuff. So if I'm a fleet and I kind of want to, and I'm making some purchase, I'm just a fleet and I want to know what's up. I come to NACFE. Then you'll guide me into, you'll take a look at what I'm doing, what I have, what I need, what I want, and then you'll basically, what I'm trying to say, not specialized, but, pinpoint the reports that I need for what I'm doing at the moment, and then that'll change as our relationship develops.
Go to the research and analysis part of NACFE.org and start playing around with some of the reports. We do a video. NACFE in 15 years, Dave, we've done 240 videos. So once you get close to a report, and it's something just like you hear about messy middle somewhere, and you look up and you go, okay, here's a report NACFE said on messy middle. Open up that web page and watch that 3 to 5 minute video about what that report is and what our thoughts are around whatever it is, wide base tires or whatever. I mean, I would encourage anybody to just go spend a couple of minutes with our video. And if you look at that video and you go, oh yeah, man, this is exactly what some of my questions are, then dig deeper on that web page, get to an executive summary and some graphics and then ultimately the report. So I think that's a great way to kind of cruise around. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I do over the holidays when some of the meetings are done, Dave. So maybe it's between Christmas and New Year if you're home and you're a fleet, or you're really anybody in the industry. I'd really encourage. It's a great time to go have a look at I'm not telling everybody should work and not enjoy the holidays, but if you got a few minutes and you're bored, it might be good to watch some NACV videos and see what might make sense to you.
Very cool indeed. We will talk to you before Christmas, so I'll say a tentative Merry Christmas, but we'll see you again, of course, here on the show. Mike, as always, thank you. Thanks to everybody who worked so hard at NACV, and we'll talk to you soon.
Very good, Dave. Thank you, guys.
Mike Roth, everybody. Executive Director of NACFE. Jane Jazrawi joins us next for Edumacation Station. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
You know, the weirdest thing happened. Well, this isn't weird, but, well, you'll understand what I mean in a second. Last week, a few days ago, I opened up Spotify to listen to some music, and it tells me that I have this new program now that I can look at my whole year of Spotify listening. Do you know about this, Andre?
Yeah, the Wrapped.
The Wrap, yeah. Well, I'm on the way home from the gym. I'm in the driveway, got home, and I'm getting my phone. I was listening to some music, and I saw that. So I'm sitting in the car now, and I'm looking at all this stuff, and holy cow. Wow. So I open up the notes that Jane Jazrawi, our dear friend from the now western edge of Canada, and of course, he heads up Carrier's Edge. She wants to do a show this morning called Taking Stock, a Spotify wrapped approach to education station. Jane, come on, that was just meant to happen, I guess. Huh?
Perfect.
Good morning. Yow.
So there was actually news because I think Google did their own version, and Jimmy Kimmel was on, like, something about the most searched things, and Jimmy Kimmel was on it, was talking about how he had bet against himself on one of those betting sites about whether or not he would be, and he was, so he lost some money. Yeah, those things are really interesting.
I know, and I couldn't believe what the number one song on my playlist that I listened to more than any other song in the year. I just can't believe it was that song.
Okay, what was it? What was the song that you listened to the most?
That's funny, because I don't even remember the name of it, but I will tell you. It's something about happiness. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I do not. Okay, so this is very bizarre. I do not use Spotify at all.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
even have an account, so I
Okay.
don't have. I know about Spotify Wrapped. I think it's a really, really good marketing campaign, but I do not actually use Spotify.
Okay.
Wow.
What do you
I know. I'm like the one person. I like listening to podcasts. And so I'm kind of like, my podcast app is, I listen to that almost every day. But I almost don't listen to music at all. I like talk radio. That's why I like you, Dave.
Well, thank you very much. See, I'm a music guy. So but we all are. But actually, Spotify, you can get podcasts on Spotify too. Didn't know if you knew that.
Okay, well, I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Be my New Year's resolution, and I can have yet another subscription to something that I forget about.
The song that I listen to, I don't know if anybody's gonna. I'm okay. Here's my problem. I love all kinds of music. I will listen to a symphony for one note. Okay, I'm that guy. So I love this song because when the backup singers do a little harmony line, God, it's so good. It's unbelievable. The rest of the song's okay. But boy, when they come in there with that harmony, and it's a transitional piece. So the name of the song is It Feels So Good. Maybe Tara, if you're listening, post this someplace. I guess you can do that. It Feels So Good, extended mix, okay, by Matt Sassari, Hugel, which is all caps, Hugel, and Sonique, I guess, or Sonique, I guess that's how you would say that. I don't know who these people are. Never heard of them before. I just heard the song and I fell in love with it. So there's that. What's yours? Well, you don't have one. What's your favorite podcast?
I don't have one.
Yeah.
What's my favorite content?
No, podcast.
What's my favorite podcast?
Mm-hmm.
I just heard. The Atlantic has some really good podcasts. I listened to. Oh man, now I can't remember the name, and it's on my phone, and I'm talking on my phone, so I can't even tell you. I think it's. But basically, they were talking about AI. They were talking about it's a tech one. So the tech podcasts are the ones that I like. So Kara Swisher, I really like. Anything that is to do with tech, I will listen to. I'll listen to, series and, what's happening, that kind of stuff. I listen. I know we're on the wrong show for this because this is a feature was yesterday type of thing, but I was listening to one about AI delusions basically, and how people start talking to chatbots. And they get into it like for over hours and hours and hours of talking to chatbots, like 6 to 8 hours in a row. Like it's kind of crazy. And what happens is the AI loses its guardrails a little bit and starts hallucinating more. So people are starting to, get crazy information, like that they're being told that they're correct about crazy theories. So there was someone in Ontario who thought that he had discovered a new kind of math. Unfortunately, there was a 16-year-old who committed suicide, and the AI basically told him to, or told him how to do it, or gave him suggestions about whether or not to tell his parents about how he felt and that kind of thing. And so stuff that where there are people suing the open AI because of it, and so they keep coming out with these different versions that are supposed to help that. But that's one of the podcasts that I was listening to that I thought was really really interesting.
That is so sad, and I'll tell you why. I was talking with Eugene Malero and Jay Grimes just a little while ago, one from Transport Topics, one from Landline. And all of the problems that the trucking industry in the U.S. are trying to fix right now are due to mistakes that were made at the beginning of these programs, such as the ELD being self-certified. You guys don't have that problem in Canada. So now we are tracking down bad CLD or ELDs that can be manipulated and blah, blah, blah. That should never happen. Then you have the whole English language proficiency thing, was in the books since the 1930s. It's still on the books, never went off of the books, but they just decided that the administration in 2016 basically said, you know what, it's important, but it's not that important, so don't put them out of service. Just give them a warning. So now we're fixing that problem, and on and on and on and on. So what's happening now online in terms of patent medicines and all of the quackery, all you got to do is take a look at a magazine or a newspaper from the late 1800s, and you'll see the exact same thing in print that you now see on a screen. It never changes, and we never learn.
Yeah, there's not a good lesson that we can't unlearn. The human race is we are magical that way. But let's. Do you want to go on a more positive note now?
No, let's go more negative. No, yeah, let's do that. Let's go more positive, please.
Dave and Jane go negative.
Or Jimmy's gonna take a plane to New Orleans and kick me out of his studio if I keep going negative.
Sorry, Jimmy, you left. Yeah, you left Dave and I alone. So
yeah, don't let that happen.
So I was thinking about this Spotify rap thing that, you know, everybody loves seeing themselves on screen, right? So you get to see what you did, and Facebook does this too. It gives you your memory. So look at all the pictures you took over the last year, and look at what you listened to over the last year. And what you can do, and I think this is important from an education standpoint, is taking stock, like, without any technology. Just having a conversation with someone, like, you know, a family member, you know, making notes to yourself so you can do this by yourself, is like, think about the last year and think about what happened that was good. And it's really difficult to do because people tend to focus on the negative. You know, you hear all the news is very, very negative, and this happened and this happened and this happened. But if you look back on the last year and think about all the good stuff that happened that moved you forward somehow, and it's it helps a lot. Like, I do this with my partner a lot, and we do it every year because it kind of pulls you out of the everyday noise that's in your head and starts helping you think about how you're progressing and how you may want to progress later on.
Okay. With that, there are lists out there that have, you know, like 20 things that were really good, 10 things that were wonderful in 2025. And when you go to look at those lists, you have to prove you're not a robot. You know, and the thing about the guy that was, you know, engaged with the chatbot for so long and stuff like that, and I don't mean the kid that killed themselves, but that's part and parcel of this.
The guy in Ontario, the guy who thought he had discovered a new math.
Yeah. You know, what am I trying to say here? Boy, I'm having a hard time saying what I'm trying to say. The idea, does art imitate life, or does life imitate art? And in a lot of cases, life imitates art when it comes to all things technology, because if you take a look at the wrist radio that Dick Tracy had, Chester Gould drew those in the 1930s. We got those 30 years ago. And then you take a look at all of this stuff, you know, the Jetsons and all of those things. If you can think it, we can do it, and we thunk it, and we're doing it, for better or worse. And the idea of falling in love with a robot, there have been a half a dozen movies about that over the last 20 years. One of them was with a big star. Her. Joaquin Phoenix. Did you ever see that one? Jane?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's
Yeah,
that.
like all of this stuff is definitely, it definitely comes. Well, you can really sort of project something and push it towards coming true. Like we talk about all of these technological advances, but your personal advances, you can do the same thing. You can visualize where you want to be and work towards that type of a goal. And you can see it in movies, you see it in TV shows, and you can do it yourself. And it's really what you're focusing on and how you want to get there. So it's almost like New Year's resolutions, like taking stock of what's happened over the last year is also tied into what you want to do. And I don't like New Year's resolutions because I've never been able to do that or have a thing, okay, I'm going to do this year. It's more about more goals where I'm like, okay, this year, this is what I'm working towards. The actual things that I do don't really matter, but this is what I'm working towards. I'm going to change this about work, and I'm going to change this about, my life and go towards that. And that is something that you can do without technology can help you, but I think we're over-teched right now. I think all of us are just kind of the next tech thing is just like everybody is sort of shooting it at us now, and going like sitting back and going, okay, I'm like no tech, like I'm not gonna watch anything, I'm not gonna listen to anything, I'm just gonna think, is a really healthy thing to do. Even though I do love tech, and it is just having some quiet space in your mind is also really helpful.
Well, okay, there's nothing new under the sun. We've heard that expression ad nauseum, and the reason is because it's new. So visualization, when you use that word, I hadn't heard visualization in 50 years. That was a big thing in the 60s. Yeah, I mean, it was like, take a look at magazines from the late 60s, early 70s. Visualization was like the thing. Athletes started getting into it, and then it really took off. So what I'm getting at is that we constantly look for something new, but there is nothing new. It's the same thing that was there yesterday, but it just looks new, or we're looking at it from a different perspective, or it's just been transmogrified into something that doesn't resemble what it was. But when you take the screws out of the back of the box, it's the same thing. So
I think, meditation is the thing that kind of replaced it. Like people talk about meditation now, and like that's not a thing for me. But the idea of talking about what I want to have happen, and you can do it like it doesn't matter who you are. It can be say you're a driver. It can be, okay, this is what's happened over the last year. This is what's been really good. And as you talk about what's been good, you start realizing what you like. And in education, what's really good about this is that you can then start thinking, okay, well, how can I do more of this? How can I minimize the things that I'm not good at that I really don't like to do? And how can I move towards the things that I like? And that the idea of visualization, meditation, taking some time to just think about what it is that you want to do on a positive, your head will go to negative. I think everybody's head goes to the negative aspect, but if you can push it towards the positive, then you can start to see where you want to go. And so maybe if you're a driver, maybe it's towards driver education. Maybe I want to be a trainer. Maybe it's I want to be in a truck driving championship. I want to start entering contests. I want to get off the road and go into the office. I want to learn to haul different kinds of freight. Like all of those things you can start thinking about and think, okay, well, what do I want? And where do I want to go? And when you are thinking about something like that, and especially if you're talking to somebody about it, having a conversation, that can really help you think about, okay, I'm really good at this, so I think I would be good at doing this job, or I would be good at doing this type of volunteering. And I think that having those moments of just quiet, where you just stop the talking in your head, or the negative talk in your head.
The possibilities are endless. Of course, all the time. The possibilities have always been endless. Whether it was possible for me to do those possibilities is one thing, but the possibilities are there. So I want to. Okay, this is Education Station, and we can learn a lot from. At this point, you learn something from somebody who knows more than you do about a certain topic. So you go to that music teacher to learn how to play the guitar better. All right. I would imagine that I'm sure that there are artificial intelligence-based education programs or curriculum where you are being trained by a robot. I would, in terms of not maybe even philosophical things. But you made me think about something that sounds so stupid, and yet it might even already exist. Do you envision, Jane, going to, telemedicine is the big thing right now, and boy, it's a lifesaver for truck drivers. Wonderful thing. It's good. I've used it myself, and it works. What about, and then counseling, over-the-air counseling, online counseling with people, where you call a number and stuff. Do you envision where AI might be your counselor, and you ask it, psychological questions and stuff like that? Do you think that's already happening someplace? Because it's to me, I think it's.
I think
feasible.
people are treating ChatGPT that way, and it can be very dangerous.
Well, that's why I asked that, because you just, that, and to your point. But I'm wondering if for real this might become a real thing, legitimate.
Oh, I think absolutely. People are going to want to, that's going to be a way that people get pushed into in the future. Oh, for sure. That's going to be, you can talk to this AI and get all kinds of counseling but the problem is that human to human contact is different than human to AI. And I think it's going to end up, and I've talked to Jimmy about this, is that it's going to end up being that the general purpose, like run-of-the-mill kind of, average service is going to be AI, and people are going to pay a premium to actually talk to a person.
Yes, I think
it's going to be more.
Correct.
It's going to be more valuable, and the human-to-human interaction. Even now, people are valuing that more, because you see people who don't want to talk to a chatbot. You can talk to a chatbot on a website and get a rudimentary amount of information, but people want to call the number and talk to a human being and have a human being be able to help them. They don't really want a chatbot to give them advice necessarily.
I think there's a fine line. I think there's a thing in terms of being non-judgmental, even though a priest or a rabbi or a counselor, psychiatrist, they're non-judgmental, but they're still humans. They're looking at you. They have wives and families. They're going to talk. Come on, they're people. So what I'm getting at is that the AI, maybe you trust that more. Obviously, you have no clue as to how many people are listening to you at the moment. But that aside, there's maybe a little bit of comfort there, not talking to a human.
Well, yes, I do agree with that. I think that the AI isn't. You have to be really careful, because one of the things that they were talking about on the podcast that I was listening to, and I will send you the name of the podcast as soon as I can find it, is that people are talking to it, and what AI chatbots want to do right now is make you stay with it. They want you to hang around in that chat for as long as possible, because that is what the tech industry measures as success. So the longer that you stay on Instagram, the longer that you stay on TikTok, the longer that you stay in ChatGPT or Gemini, that is a measure of success. And they think, basically, if they can get people to stay, then they can monetize that down the road. So if you are spending, a few hours of your day with an AI talking about your feelings, that might be fine. It may not be. It may not be the healthiest thing for you if you don't really know, because the AI's real goal is to keep you there. And what they've done is make it so that the AI will tell you exactly what you want to hear. And the longer you talk to it, the more intense that experience gets. And that's what's been happening, that people are just spending way too long on it. And I think that the motives behind what the AI companies are doing right now is you just have to be really, really careful. I think if you're talking to an AI and it makes you feel better and you're not, you're talking to it for an hour or something and that's it, okay, that might be fine, but just be careful. Don't talk to it for 6 to 8 hours, because that's a little bit.
One of our
You
listeners.
wouldn't do that with a real person.
Yeah, for sure. I pity that real person if you do. Trucker Bosun on YouTube says, Dave, do you remember the old Escape radio episode called A Logic Named Joe? Logic Named Joe by Murray Leinster. So I looked it up, and I had not heard about that, Jane, but it was a book. It was a short story, actually. I guess they turned it into a podcast. A short story called A Logic Named Joe by Murray Leinster, in March of 1946 for Astounding Science Fiction magazine. It's a story of Ducky, a maintenance technician who repairs logics and quotation points marks. They are domestic machines with screens and keyboards capable of answering any question by connecting to vast repositories of information. So that is the basis for the story in 1946. It's exactly what we're talking about right here. And as Trucker Bosun says, it's a fairly prophetic view of what AI has become today. And it's and to the point that I was trying to make about AI doing counseling, look at all of the expertise they would have. Freud and Jung and Aristotle and Sir Thomas Aquinas, and all of these people that this AI computer could pull from to give you some, I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try talking to a robot. And I'll let you know what he says.
Well, it's interesting because it does, you can tell it to talk to you in a certain way. Like you can change how it talks to you. I didn't like how it was like obsequious. It was just like so sucking up to me that it annoyed me. So I started giving it prompts saying like, don't do that. And you can actually put it in the settings, how to speak to you. Like, just give me the facts. Don't tell me any, don't butter me up. And so I find it a lot easier to
Jane,
talk to it because it does really, really butter you up.
Jane,
just
don't
an aside,
get upset, Jane. Everything will be okay.
Galaxy
Just
brain.
hang in there. Yeah. Jane, you're the most wonderful, awesomest person I've ever known. I can't wait to see you again. I tell everybody how magnificent. No, I'm playing with you here. I'm doing an AI thing for you. Are you still there? She didn't hang up on me, did she? Jane?
No, I'm here.
Okay, great. I thought maybe you hung up because I was kidding around with you about saying how wonderful you are in AI fashion. But in human fashion, you are wonderful, and I can't thank you so much. Thanks for being such a great friend, girl. I mean, come on, that's what we are. So we are.
Back at you, Dave.
Yeah. All righty. Well,
it's a play. Well, if I don't talk to you, have a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, you too. I'm sure we will.
New Year.
I'm sure we will. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific.
Felt on December 8, Monday, December 8, 1941, declaring war and asking Congress to declare war on Japan, and that was our entrance into our official, December 7, the bombing of Pearl Harbor was our entrance, but the official entrance was on the Monday morning, December 8.
Going once, going twice, sold! And welcome to the Purple Wave Perspective, a chance for Dave Nemo and Don Nash to talk market conditions, economic factors, and top challenges. Ultimately, it's about getting the perspective of when to trade and when to maintain. So grab a cup, settle in, and see what's on the auction block. All of it brought to you by purplewave.com. And now, here's Dave and Don.
Yes, indeed, Claire Marie. When you hear straight, simple, sold, you know the gavel's coming down on another Purple Wave auction. One of the guys who really makes things happen. Joining us right now, our good friend, Don Nash. And on the Purple Wave Perspective, hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning to you, Dave. How are you this up in my part of the world, snowy, wintry day? So I imagine it's not quite the same down in New Orleans right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got into the upper 40s last week, so we had the heaters and the fireplaces and everything going.
Wow.
I'll tell you, at the moment it's a little bit warmer. It's about 52 degrees here now, but yeah, huge Arctic or polar blast coming down. Football in the snow, and the traffic is unbelievable.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too, coming up through the Ohio's and the Indianas and stuff like that. So it's big trucking corridors for us through there, and seeing news reports, lots of guys being snowed out and side of the roads today and this morning and last night. So thinking about those guys, hoping they're all right, and continue on with their safe journey to home or to drop their load. So I was thinking about them on this Monday morning.
Well, we're it's still in single digits here in the last month of the year, but have you guys kind of put the 2025 perspective in view at this point in terms of what it's been for not just for Purple Wave, but overall for the industry, for all of you customers? I know that's a huge base of people, so that may be kind of hard to track.
Yeah, it is. It is a very it's a unique industry and very segment specific. Yeah, this year has been, in some aspects, it's been a challenge, right? I mean, for hours here in the transportation and logistics, it's been a bit of a challenge. It continues to be so. But you've got other markets that are doing okay. Your construction market and the equipment there is doing pretty well. We've not got a lot of new housing starts. That's kind of the metric on that. That drives a lot of the economy for us here in the United States. But overall, your civil construction continues on. That's where a lot of your big dollar work happens, out on the highways and stuff, of course. Or the other person or the other segment and people that are being hurt pretty bad right now is, of course, our agricultural community. That's forcing a lot of different actions in that community, whether it's some trade-offs on what they're farming and when they're going to harvest, or to what they're going to hold and what they're going to sell to, or their equipment. So kind of the same going over there as we see in the trucking industry. But so it's been a mixed bag this year, Dave. It really has been. It still continues. I mean, we get news reports. It seems like this 24-hour news cycle, we get stuff. It seems like every hour almost. It's kind of affecting us on the economy at this point.
I don't know if the 24-hour news cycle is going to, in historic perspective, from 100 years from now, when they look back at the 24-hour news cycle, I think they're going to say that was a mistake.
I would concur. I really do. I kind of enjoyed having your day, and then you get home, you have some dinner, and you watch 6 o'clock news or 5 o'clock if you're East Coast, and then maybe you recap at 10 o'clock, and that was what you had, and maybe catch a newspaper. But this 24-hour stuff is just continual bombardment, especially on the economic front, like we were just talking about.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. Yeah, TMI, too much information, right?
For sure.
Let me ask you something, though, about farmers, because they have, my goodness, if you want to, don't go to Vegas if you want to gamble. Go to Iowa and plant some corn, if
good
you
Lord,
be a
yes.
gambler. So I remember over the last couple of years, now I didn't come up on the river. I came up on the side of the river. I spent about 7 years in high school and college working on barges. I was a fleet man. I made and broke tow down here in New Orleans, in Harahan on the northbound side, and in West Wego on the southbound side. So I come from the blue collar work of the world. Okay, that's me. Now, and I say that because so do farmers, and they have gone through. If there's a problem, a farmer has faced it first, and then probably more often than anybody else. And I remember when the river Mississippi was so low, and maybe again this year, they couldn't load barges, so they could only load barges maybe halfway to get them down the river. I mean, it's crazy because a barge has about a 13-foot draft. So so you can only put about maybe a 5 to 7 foot with a 5 to 7 foot draft on the water. So it was rough. So these farmers didn't know what to do, because you can't put them on trains now, and you can't. There's not enough trucks in the world. So you put them on trains to put them to the West Coast. Now where are you going to sell it? It was bad. So what my question to you is, and I don't expect you to know details, but the things that farmers tell you have gone wrong, or what's the problem this year, has that changed dramatically for the farming world as much as I think it might have?
Well, I think it has, as I know it. And again, I'm not attached to that community
I mean,
as
I
much
know,
as
and I
some of
didn't want to.
as
Yeah, I
some of
didn't
my
expect an
counterparts are.
in-depth. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I've got counterparts, obviously, with Purple Wave. That is our bread and butter. With agriculture, the community. We are Kansas based in the middle of it in Manhattan, Kansas. We've got people that work for us that run active farms to this day, as well as ranches and stuff like that. So we're very close to that community. But what I hear from my chair is that it is largely kind of the same of what we had. It's just been magnified a lot this year. We've had that we can point to the tariffs on some of the stuff, and then the refusal of some of these geopolitical movements that are outside of our borders with product that's being purchased or not purchased in some instances that are driving these prices down. So that's one of the other factors for it. But a lot of it it's just the continual erosion that we had of the mom and pop farm, of the community farmer. It's more, what we're seeing now is a lot of the big, the guys that really can survive it are the guys that can afford to weather it with large cash reserves. And obviously with those large cash reserves, they can afford the lobbyists to go up and to make some lobbying efforts on their behalf in Washington, D.C. So that's kind of what we're seeing, is that the large, your ConAgras, your Bayer, your Archer Daniels Midlands and stuff like that, they continue to grow, and that puts everything into that corporate farmer world, and it kind of pushes down on the community farmer. It puts them out of business essentially, and some of the stuff, and the people that come in behind it usually buy out or buy up depending on what the financial situation is for that farmer, and moving down the road. So you've got these community community farmers that are getting a little bit more pushed out now in an aggravated fashion. I think at least we're seeing that for my chair, because I go over bankruptcies and stuff all the time, right? And I see that from the farmer's perspective as well as the trucking's perspective, obviously. And so that's what I see as a parallel for it, and I chase that down a little bit, to see what some of the causes were, and that's what I was seeing. That's what we're hearing a little bit as well. I'm sure there's a lot more nuance to it, Dave. With our farmers that are actually out there doing it. About the cost of putting it in the ground and the cost of what they can get back out of it per acre was extraordinarily difficult this year, from what I understand, at harvest. And we saw a lot of people that were going out, unfortunately, that retired or took an early retirement to change positions in the economic structure of their life to go work for somebody else instead of farming their land. So we've seen a lot of that this year, but that continues, I think. But it was magnified. It continues on the way it's kind of always been. Subject to some geopolitical moves, it just got magnified terrifically this year. At least that's what it looked like from my chair.
Yeah, things aren't changed. You're right. Nothing has changed. It's just more of everything. COVID didn't change anything. It just sped everything up. So we're on this juggernaut, I guess you might say. I don't know if this is a good time for this, but there was a raconteur. He was a lawyer for a long time. His name is Texas Bob Murphy. He lived over in the East Piney Woods of Texas. And he told the story about a farmer going into the bank. He sat down at the desk. He said, "Well, Mr. Banker, I've got good news and bad news." And banker says, well, Mr. Farmer, tell me what the bad news is. He says, "Well, the bad news is my crop didn't come in and I can't pay off my loan." He says, "Well, what's the good news?" "Well, the good news is I'm going to keep banking with you." So, and that's where a lot of folks are right now, right?
That is apropos, Dave.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, right on the money.
Yeah.
So to speak, apropos. So.
When I got into trucking radio in 1972 with Charlie Douglas, first, one of the things I learned first off was that trucking and construction were cousins in a sense, in terms of I truck this time of year and I do construction that time of year. And farming is the other thing too, because Jimmy Mack and I did a talk once at one of the TCA meetings, several years ago now, about the farm system and kind of paralleling trucking to the farm systems like baseball teams have. And literally truckers back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s really came from farming. In the early 70s, they really came out of the military because of Vietnam, and that's where that was my generation, so to speak. But is there still that? And from your guys' perspective, that's why I'm asking you, because you handle all three of those areas. Do you guys see that transference from a guy named like Dave Nemo? He's driving the truck today, but he's going to do some construction tomorrow, and then back to trucking next day, so to speak.
Oh, for sure. I want to say if it may be next day, but yeah, I mean, we see that seasonality for the working people for sure. The blue collar type. I mean, that's where I'm from as well, and for sure, yeah, we see that. That movement, and then some of it is by choice, some of it's forced hand. You have a forcing event like a company that goes out of business and stuff like that, or a farm that shuts down, and then the family obviously still needs to provide for themselves, and then you'll have the farmer will pivot off to start running his truck. Maybe he retains his truck, or maybe he does have a Class A CDL and he goes to work for a carrier. But yeah, we do see that, and we actually do see businesses we've seen. I couldn't call them out by name, but I have seen transitions of that through my career, and recently this year too, about 4 or 5 times that it showed up to me. I'm sure it happened a lot more than that, but where we have one business sell itself out, one farm, a small farm or something like that, and then either use the proceeds for that to settle debt, and then if they have overages, which hopefully they did, they're able to pick up a truck and pivot, and pick up a truck or two and pivot into being an owner operator or something like that. Which is it's still it's kind of out of the frying pan into the fire a little bit sometimes at this point of the year, but yes, we have seen that, and that is a very common move between those industries, whether it's a permanent transition because of a loss of a farm or something like that, or something that's more seasonal. We kind of see that too in some of the northern latitudes. We'll see guys that are, the construction slows down obviously this time of the year. Not a whole lot to do, especially if you're in the trades that are exterior building envelope sort of stuff, civil construction, those sorts of things. That'll pivot itself into, I'll go drive a truck for 6 months, 4 months out of the year, something like that, because you got a CDLA, Class A, you very, very good chance you can find a job, especially right now. There's a shortage industry who are running short on drivers, have been doing that for years and years and years. So that's a good ticket to find a decent enough employment for, if you want seasonality employment for where you work construction one part of the year and then drive the truck the rest. But yeah, we do see that. We do see those moves like that, either, like we said, permanent, that's an economic forcing factor that happened, or something that's a little more seasonal because of personal choice or geography and where they live.
So basically, the economy as it is today or tomorrow or next day notwithstanding, there's still a lot of fluidity for people then, and you need fluidity to stay afloat. I mean, okay, that's pretty much a non-sequitur, but you know what I'm saying? In other words, you do have some options. Options are open. Fluidity is still flowing.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, there's still transitional stuff that you can move from. I mean, where people move from one industry to the next, where the case may be. I mean, even in our transportation industry, we've got people that'll transition out from a long haul carrier to a regional carrier. They'll transition out from, over the road box truck to doing heavy haul or flatbedders. I know that's a little more of a thing. I'm probably offending people out there right now, and you hear these guys that are flatbedders saying no, but for sure, yeah, there's a lot of fluidity back and forth. Right now, people are still, with the economy being the way it is, and it's unpredictable. I think that's probably the best word for it right now.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Never heard that one before. And exactly, even the economists that they're well, don't get me started on those guys. But But there's still that fluidity, and it's, I think, forced right now. And if you have that CDLA, then that's a pretty good position to be in. It's not going to be easy. You have a lot of trucking companies, and maybe it's the trucking company that you're pulling for that's having some financial struggles, but there are trucking companies out there that are doing just fine. And it seems like every one of them to a company are short on drivers right now. So that's a good opportunity to get in. Of course, this is the season you see a lot of temporary hire and ramp ups and stuff like that that's going on. So that helps. And then trucking companies that have excess equipment right now because they can't find those drivers. That's a good opportunity before the end of the year to get that equipment out and get it moved and get it sold. And Purple Wave is a good option for that. So, I mean, that's what we're seeing as well. We're seeing a lot of that movement coming up with people that are positioning or repositioning their economic fortunes, I guess, on what they're going to be doing next year. And that tends to happen exactly this time of the year, to make those financial moves in December and sometimes as late as early January and February. But this is the time.
This this is the time, and that's always kind of confused me because does it necessarily have to be the time, and is it the time just because everybody says it's the time?
Well, that's a good point, but I think that one of the drivers we're seeing there, we mentioned it on the last one too, and I did want to bring it back up because it's probably one of the last shots we've got to talk about it before it expires, and that's the taxes. So a lot of this is driven. It's a government, right? I mean, we've got a lot of that incentive to buy or sell this time of the year, and it is driven by the tax implications for your fiscal year. So I mean, for this year, and we had some bills that were passed and put into law, that the big beautiful bill that came across that did extend or renew the Section 179 and what we call a bonus depreciation with that. If you don't know what that is, it's a very, very good program to either get your equipment sold or make a purchase on new equipment. It drives a lot of sales, but it also drives a lot of purchases, because what the 179 and stuff does on the bonus depreciation means that you can effectively write off 100% of your purchase this year on your taxes. So if you bought a truck, and spent $50,000 on it, and it made the qualifiers on it, and we've got an entire article about it on our blog post, and I'll give that to you in a second. But you can write that fully off on your taxes that are owed. And then, so maybe you can balance your books down to where your exposure and your taxes is a whole lot less because of that, or even effectively zero if you're a smaller owner or operator. By just simply renewing your fleet, purchasing a piece of equipment, or maybe it's a switch. You got an older truck that needs defleeted to get rid of it, and then you need to get another one to replace that. So it's a good opportunity for that. Purple Wave handles both sides of that transactions. So it's a really good opportunity for people to make those switches as well. And like I mentioned, the blog post, if you went to purplewave.com and just scroll down the bottom page and click on the blog link down there, it'll bring up the blog landing page. And the very first article there is about the Section 179 and bonus depreciation. Very good article, links out to some of the resources within the federal government and other articles so you can fully understand what's going on. But that's an opportunity that does expire at the end of this year. And again, because of those deadlines, I think and those occur every year. Not so much as the full Monty that we're getting this year. It's a little bit more special this year, but at the end of the year, those things are always present, and that does drive a lot of the activity.
So if so taxes basically and the tax, in other words, taxes basically is the impetus to get things done in December because it overrides everything. I heard somebody say once, if you have a business, the first thing you pay is taxes. Second thing you do is pay everything else.
Yeah. And the smart guy pays himself first, and he pays everybody else after that. But that's a good business tip, for everybody who's listening out there, for you truckers on business thing. Pay yourself first, guys, and then settle up with everything else that you can. So
I wish
or at least
I
be in
knew
the
that
position,
earlier. So the 179 is a standard thing year, but the bonus thing, that is a 2025 only thing then?
That is, it is 20. Well, they do have bonus depreciation. They've had bonus depreciation in the past. What this bill did, and now law, is renewed that and re-upped it. And what that meant was that it was on a scaled down level. So it was at 100% bonus depreciation. I think as recent as 2023, I think, or 2022, and then it was falling back off. It was basically cutting itself by 20% every year until it went back down to zero. What this bill did was renewed that to 100%. So it re-upped the bonus depreciation to 100%. So you're not paying a lesser depreciation if you elect to do that. Instead of paying what would have been, I think, 40 or 50 or 40 or 60% this year, you can take the full 100%. So if you got a fleet of a large company, that could be tens of millions of dollars in savings for them. If your small company, even that one truck purchase, that could be tens of thousands of dollars for them in savings on tax. So it's a very good program. It's a good opportunity to waive off some of the tax debt that you might have carrying over into 2026. And the other good thing about it is that if you take a full depreciation on this, it can still be that bonus depreciation, even if you don't use it all, or there's conditions about how much of it you can use and stuff. Then that's detailed in the links on their article. But what it does do is it allows you to spread that out. So if you can maximize it this year and still have funds left over from that depreciation, you can carry that forward into the subsequent years for that. Again, it's I'm not a tax attorney, not an accountant or anything like that. I'm just telling you what I've read and what I understand it to be. We've got those links on our article to point you in the right direction to get all that stuff answered for you.
You need a Colton Lawrence to take care of those taxes.
That's right. That's a good one. Yeah, that's true.
Indeed.
That's for sure.
Well, I'm looking at the clock, and it's about time to take the cover off Don's Dream Machine, but maybe not, huh? I don't know. What's cooking this month?
So the truck of the month here, we've got actually two little things I want to talk about. One was that we've got a package of trucks in from Gemini Fleet, Gemini Transport. They are the carrier for Loves. So they're those nice yellow trucks everybody sees running up down the interstate. We've got a package of those in. The sleeper cab truck that we have in that is a 2022 Kenworth T680. She is sitting in Oklahoma City. She is Packer powered with a automated transmission and is currently sitting only at about a $10,500 bid, and she sells on Thursday. So that's a pretty good truck, and somebody could probably get a really good deal on that. And that's coming from our friends at Gemini Transport, which is the exclusive petroleum carrier for Loves. And we handle most of all of their business as one of our larger accounts. So I wanted to thank those guys and point the attention to our listeners that we do carry their trucks, and they're very good trucks, and we sell those all across the country, from East Coast to West Coast. If you look on our sites, we have those segmented out. The other part I want to bring to you is I probably like this truck, Dave. If somebody's looking for a Christmas present for Don, I wear a size 2025 Peterbilt 589 is what I wear. So I do have that truck sitting here. It's on our sale coming up this week. She is beautiful. She's from one of our insurance lender suppliers, so that's why she's there. She has less than 300 miles on her. She is she had what the damage was on it. Let's see.
Is it in Greenwood, Nebraska?
It is the one that is in Greenwood, Nebraska.
Yeah,
that is it. Yeah,
man,
she's a pretty girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she needs a. She's got she's got a battery cover off of her in the photograph right there, but that's an easy replace. Actually, I think that's with the truck, as a matter of fact. But yeah, so she's very pretty, and like I said, if anybody's looking for a Secret Santa gift for Don Nash, that's my perfect size right there. So, but we do quite a bit of sales and stuff like this. These newer units and stuff that we get back from lenders. Some of them are repos, some of them are lease returns and stuff like that. But what's great about it is that we treat each one of these pieces very carefully on those inspections. When you look at that listing page, you look at those videos, you're really getting that experience like you're walking around that truck. And if you have any other questions for it, again, that's a kind of a Purple Wave bullet point to drive home to everybody, is that we will broadcast or actually carry on our listing page, not broadcast, but carry on our listing page the contact for those owners. And so you can reach out and talk to them. There's full transparency on that, so we can make sure that we get you the information that you need to make those buying decisions. And if you have any other questions about stuff like that, reach out to your local Purple Wave rep. We cover every state in the country now, and very easy to find your rep. Just jumping on purplewave.com and going to the territory map that's at the top. So very easy to get all your questions answered and get your Christmas presents bought coming up here on purplewave.com.
Don, I'm going to ask you something that I may not, maybe I shouldn't. Can I give the number, the YA number?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
That's exactly the easiest way to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Guys, if you go to purplewave.com and then click on the tractor trailer, they've got, farm gear, construction gear, and road gear. So the truck you're looking for is the 2025 589. The number is YA1482, YA1482. I can't count the pictures. There's too many of them, and there's a video.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd love to have some of our listeners take a look at that and throw some comments at us.
Yeah, I would love to hear that. That'd be great to get that back. And again, also when you go to purplewave.com, it does list out each one of those auctions that are upcoming. You click through it, but you can also, right it there from purplewave.com, there's a search bar right at the top. You could type in that YA1, repeat it for you real quick, YA1482, and it would bring that truck right up. You could also just type in 2025 Peterbilt, and it would pull up everything that we've got in that as well. So
Fantastic.
very powerful search right there on the purplewave.com landing page.
Yeah, this truck looks so old school. It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I like those long and talls as well. I like to call them. I think in my former life, Dave, I think I was pulling cattle pies out of Texas going across up to Chicago or something. I think that was my former life. So.
All right. Well, the clock has spoken and it's now yelling at us, so we got to go. But Merry Christmas to you and everybody. If we don't talk, we will though. We will talk before then. So forget I just said that. I'll save that for later. Don Nash, as always, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dave, and talk to everybody later. Appreciate it.
Straight, simple, sold. Purple Wave. That's the Purple Wave perspective with Don Nash. PurpleWave.com. The Peterbilt is number YA1482.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's Monday, so don't adjust your watches. It is Monday, and it's a special day for Tech Talk with TMC, which is, as you know, normally heard on Tuesdays. Well, this morning we're doing something a little bit different. Al Anderson is going to be joining Robert Braswell for a discussion on lighting on this edition of Tech Talk with TMC. Tech Talk with TMC. We always remind you that any TMC recommended practices reflect the consensus of TMC members, and they're offered as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they're safe and appropriate for their operation. And remember, too, that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show today are those of the individual, not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor of TMC unless otherwise stated. And having stated all of that, good morning, Robert Braswell.
Well, good morning, Dave Nemo. And to put a finer point on it, we're actually heard ordinarily on Wednesdays now over there on Radio Nemo.
Geez, old habits die hard, huh?
It is. Well, we only did Tuesdays for 17, 18 years, so no problem there. But very great pleasure to be with you here once again. This time on Nemo Nation on Mondays. It's a nice change of pace. We're very pleased to welcome back to the program, as you say, Al Anderson. who is Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Peterson Manufacturing. Al is a longtime TMC member. As you know, he's been very active in several of our TMC study groups, most recently our Corrosion and Collision Control Study Group. He is one of our Silver Spark Plug recipients. That's the Council's highest honor. And we're very pleased he can join us today to talk about important tips on lighting system maintenance and specification that we think our listeners should know. But before we get started, I'd like to mention the special offer this week. It's our PMI manual for technicians. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention the RadioNemo and you'll get it for that special price. Also, if you are that owner-operator or you're a small fleet, you have 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology and Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that today. You'll get our 2-volume recommended practice manual and many other good benefits too. So just call our same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up, or get a hold of us on the web at tmc.trucking.org. And with that out of the way, please welcome to the program, Al Anderson. Good morning, Al.
Hey, good morning, Robert. Excuse me. Good morning, Dave. Great to be here. Great to talk with you. It had been a long time, Dave, since we've chatted. So it's a great honor to be on here with you guys.
So, Al, you know, the trifecta of out of service issues: tires, brakes, and lighting. And we're going to be talking about lighting today. But let's to start things off. Why do you think lighting tends to be as part of that trifecta? Why do you think it's such a prevalent out of service issue for commercial vehicles?
Well, you know, Robert, we always talk about, you know, you mentioned them in different orders, but we talk about BLT around here: brakes, lights, and tires. And lights, it's the most visible thing that an inspector or somebody can see. It's very ubiquitous. If you have a light out, they may not be able to see a brake out of adjustment. They may not be able to see without closer inspection a tire that's a little bit low on inflation, but a light is something that an inspector, and also it's a safety thing. You know, I mean, if the vehicle can't be seen, if the tractor trailer can't be seen, it presents a safety hazard on the road for the motoring public around them. So that's I guess why it gets raised to such a high level. And you know, really out of service is something that happens very rarely. You pretty much have to have all the lights out on one side or the other, or the entire rear of a vehicle before they're going to put you out of service. Most often it's basically just a ticket, a defective equipment ticket.
But if you have the light on the vehicle and it's not illuminating, they can't cite you for it, right? So you think about some folks put more lights than they need to put on their trailers or tractors, right? For example, so if you're doing that, be aware those extra lights can cost you if you're not keeping up with them.
Again, it's up to the individual inspector, and this is one of some of the things that we struggle with, you know, at TMC when we talk about best practices, recommended practices, and also in the industry at large. Some inspectors will say, if the light's on there, it's got to be illuminated, it's got to work. Others say, look, it's auxiliary, it's not part of the FMVSS 108 mandated lighting, so it's okay if it's not working. As many different inspectors as there are on the road, there's that many different approaches to what's legal and what causes a citation.
Well, it certainly seems that lights are lasting longer than they used to when incandescents ruled the highways, right? With LEDs, light emitting diodes, the lights themselves seem to be pretty robust, but lights still fail. You know, you're supposed to go 100,000 hours or whatever it is with an LED, but it seems like they don't quite go that long. Is that true?
In some cases, that's true. Rarely is it the light itself that fails. Most often, that's the effect as opposed to the cause. Granted, you can always have some sort of failure, could be damaged, whatever. I mean, that's not actually a failure of the lamp.
No.
But it's true that LEDs do last much longer than an incandescent bulb. I mean, when you get a filament in a bulb that heats and cools, that filament gets more brittle every time that happens. LEDs, while they do generate some heat, they're more impervious to the differences in temperature as they illuminate, go dark, light up, go dark. the components on the printed circuit boards inside those LEDs are very, very reliable in everybody's lights today. So rarely is it the light itself. Occasionally, as you say, more often it's the wiring that's sending electricity, sending power to the lamp.
So when we talk about wiring, we usually talk about corrosion when it comes to failures. And, the de-icing chemicals that are out there, well, it's that time of the year again. We should be seeing a lot of those mag chloride, calcium chloride problems, shouldn't we?
Absolutely. There's been some pretty rough weather around the country the last couple of weeks since right before Thanksgiving. And so that brings to the front the discussion about the de-icing and anti-icing chemicals that are on the roadways today. It's a variety of different chemicals in a variety of different municipalities, state by state, sometimes even county by county. So you really have to defend your vehicle from all of those different types of anti-icing and de-icing chemicals that everybody wants to put down on the roadways today. And again, any little imperfection or pinhole or anything in a wiring harness that penetrates the outer jacketing and gets into the conductor itself will cause that corrosion, as you mentioned, and eventually, yes, you're going to have one or more lights out on a vehicle, whether it be a tractor or a trailer.
And if you've got to make a roadside repair with a pocket knife and a roll of tape, it's probably not going to be a good idea, right? Because you're going to get that corrosion starting to wick up from where that substandard repair is all the way through that very, very expensive and hard to replace electrical system, particularly on a tractor.
And that couldn't be more accurate. In a powered system, in a powered wiring harness system, if you have corrosion that enters to any degree, pretty much at all, in a matter of hours, it can penetrate the entire system front to back. And like you say, especially in a tractor where these things are wound around through all sorts of different components on the vehicle, very, very complex wiring harness systems on today's vehicles that go up to ECMs and all sorts of things. Boy, you just have to be very, very careful about the integrity of the entire system.
And the problem here is it's high resistance in the wire as it corrodes, and you're basically getting a voltage drop. So you're not getting the current nor the voltage that you need to operate these different systems. As you say, with smart trailers nowadays, you've got little computers here and there using 5 volts here, 5 volts there. Any sort of a compromise in the delivery of that electrical pulse is going to cause performance issues, right?
Absolutely. Today, a lot of the tractors themselves particularly use multiplexing to send a lot of different signals over the same set of wires. And in smart trailers, as you mentioned, pretty much everybody uses a CAN bus system to go front to back. You get a little bit of corrosion. I mean, those wires think of a twisted pair back in the old days of telephone lines, when telephone lines were wired as opposed to wireless. Think of that twisted pair and that telephone wire. That's most often what goes front to back in these smart trailers to carry where it is wired, to carry the information on the information highway through the whole length of the trailer. You get a little bit of corrosion in there, and boy, have you got yourself a bunch of trouble. Because as you say, the signals to sensors, the signals from sensors can get jumbled or become non-existent. Those wires are very, very small gauge. It doesn't take a lot of corrosion to corrode through them. So all of a sudden, you can end up with a very difficult problem to troubleshoot, to track down, and also very expensive to replace. It becomes very problematic, this corrosion thing.
So a couple of other issues that'll come up that aren't necessarily related to the light, but will cause a light out condition is grounds. So, you can do everything right on maintenance, for example, and you don't, compromise the wiring harness, but a ground can go bad. Sometimes the grounds are exposed to the environment and they will corrode, they'll turn green. So you really got to be mindful of the condition of those grounds, particularly since they should be fairly easy to spot as long as you know where the grounds are.
Yeah, absolutely. Grounding issues are probably the second most common cause of electrical system issues. Because as you say, if you don't have a complete circuit, if you don't have a good ground carrying your electricity back to the source, you're going to have, or intermittent ground, you're going to have a real problem. So, we like closed loop systems where there are no grounds, where the ground wire goes all the way back up to the front, where the nose box, where it connects the 7-way cord to the tractor, from the tractor to the trailer. Or even in a tractor, if you can manage to do a closed loop system, that's great. And what that means is the ground wire isn't bolted, screwed, hooked in some way to the metal frame or chassis of the vehicle, and allowing that metal frame to carry the ground back up to the source. So it can even be as bad as a fifth wheel that's got grease, that's got a lot of grease on it. That can cause a problem of a ground between a tractor and a trailer. So grounds are probably the second most common thing, next to corrosion that we talked about, of having electrical issues. And as you say, if you don't know where something is grounded at, it becomes really difficult to track the problem down. So closed loop system, always the most reliable.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Al Anderson, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Peterson Manufacturing. Al, you mentioned in your last response the 7-pin connector, J560. Boy, that's something. We say in the maintenance business, the best connector is no connector. But sometimes you have to have one, and in this case, it's a really, really important one. It's the electrical bridge between the tractor and the trailer. Boy, so much maintenance goes to repairing and maintaining these, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, when you think about, a tractor and trailer can, in some cases, if you're in a drop and hook application, can be hooked and unhooked multiple times each day. That causes wear. I mean, when you put that 7-pin connector into the front of the trailer or into the front of the tractor, in and out many times a day, I mean, it's just natural. It's just the natural course of things. They get worn. Sometimes they get damaged. They fall out of their carrier and they get bounced across the ground, dragged across the ground. There's a number of things that can happen to those connectors that cause a lot of maintenance. So if you see a trailer going down the road and the lights are flickering, most likely you've got a problem in that trailer to tractor, tractor to trailer 7-way cord that's carrying all the electricity back to the lights on the trailer. Really high maintenance thing. That's one of the weakest points. My opinion, that's one of the weakest points that we still haven't really figured out a good solution for in all of the technology that we've got in today's commercial vehicles. That's, as you say, it's a really high maintenance point.
Even with all the talk of a next generation tractor trailer electrical interface to replace the J560, because I think there's wide recognition that needs to be updated just to take advantage of all the smart trailer technology that's out there and smart tractor technology too, to have faster speeds and so forth going back and forth between the different parts of the combination vehicle. There is question that all the solutions are basically wired solutions. They have a connector. They'll either have some sort of a side-by-side or a all-in-one, but bottom line is there's still physical connectors. One day, maybe we'll go to wireless and we'll be able to avoid all that problem.
Yeah, what I worry about, looking at the solutions, there's some really smart people at TMC and within the industry that are working on some of these connections, the new type of connection to go from a truck back to a trailer. What I worry about is how, we have some backward compatibility questions as well. If you've got a really smart tractor that has the ability to carry all these things up from the trailer, but then you hook onto an older trailer that's not a smart trailer, has just a 7-way connector, now you have some basically potentially open ports in the back of the tractor. What do we do about corrosion there? The area between the tractor and the trailer, if you've ever noticed the front of a trailer, it's a low pressure area. Therefore, it gets all that stuff, the cloud up off the road, comes up between the tractor and trailer. You have really an opportunity for there to get corrosion, some of that magnesium chloride, calcium chloride that we talked about earlier, to get into some of those potentially open connections. I just worry how we're going to seal these things up once we get to that point of needing to carry a CAN connection, potentially maybe a Wi-Fi connection, whatever the extra connectors might be that are going to need to be in that new connector, that new cord. I wonder about what's going to happen with corrosion there. It's a concern.
Well, getting back to the here and now, what are some tips you might give to technicians or maybe just, owner operators that take care of their own rig when it comes to approaching lighting issues? What should they do to prevent some of these things? What should they do to diagnose them properly so you're not just throwing money at the issue?
Yeah, so diagnostics they've always been an issue, in the Wayback Machine. I mean, I've been around the industry longer than I care to think about. The common thing was to stick the wiring harness with your test light and see if you had juice at this connector or that connector. Today, boy, oh boy, you just don't want to even come anywhere near a wiring harness and start poking it with a test light. If you have a light that's not working, the best thing you can do, unplug the light, check for power at the terminals that plug into the lamp. If you have power there, then you probably got a bad lamp. But and when it comes to specs, the old PL connections, we call them legacy connections, probably aren't the best thing. You should be specing an amp connector if at all possible. And when you do have to make repairs, try to use heat-sealed butt connectors and some the stuff that goes over that the heat shrink where you heat it with the heat gun. Seal it up as much as possible so that corrosion can't get into the wiring harness.
If you have a LED bulb that goes into a socket, is it a good idea to put dielectric grease underneath that lamp's terminals when you insert it, or leave it dry?
Boy, another great question, Robert. So if you have the older, like I say, that what we talked about a minute ago, the old PL connection, you absolutely have to put dielectric grease in there. Those connectors came out, way back in the incandescent days where the connector probably lasted longer than the bulb did. So you were plugging and unplugging them more often and you had the opportunity to clean them. Today with LED lights, we still use some of the old PL connectors. And if you have that, then yes, you should be putting dielectric grease in them periodically during some sort of PM cycle or when you have the opportunity to have them unplugged, because corrosion will get in there. Moisture will get in there. They're not a sealed connector. With today's amp connectors...
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, with today's amp connectors and some of the Deutsch connectors and some of those other more sealed up connectors, jury's still out. Some people say put dielectric grease in them. Some people say don't, because they're sealed up enough that if you put dielectric grease in them, it could blow the seal out of the back of them. So follow your manufacturer's recommendations in all cases to make sure you keep the connection as with the highest integrity.
So let's look down the road a little bit. What do you see that's coming down the pike when it comes to new lighting technology or new strategies for lighting technology?
Well, that's a great question. We get a lot of our customers are constantly asking for lower amperage draw, even on LED lights that draw literally, depending on how many LEDs you have in a light, anywhere from 6 to 36. You still have a fractional amperage draw. A lot of our customers are asking us, how low can you get that amperage draw? Because there are so many things asking for electricity on today's vehicles. So that's one thing, keeping the amperage draw as absolutely low as possible. And then also there is some blossoming technology coming along in the industry that hopefully will prevent a light from ever going out. So
really,
without talking too much about it, there is some technology out there where you can do some things with it so that the light just plain never goes out as the fault of the light itself. Now, if you don't have electricity, obviously the light's not going to light up. So you still have a wiring harness integrity piece that you have to be careful of. But yeah, there's some technology out there where we can do some things, and that's as a result of actually TMC task force that's active right now and blossoming recommended practice of what's the best practice and how to address an LED lamp that has multiple LEDs, but only has a few of them out. When to replace, when not to replace. So this technology is out there that hopefully we're still going to have that recommended practice, but hopefully we'll make the days of a light being having any LEDs out a thing of the past. Just like just like when we went from incandescent to LED, it was an order of magnitude better. Hopefully this will make it an order of magnitude better yet.
So it sounds like, circling back to our earlier conversation, if it's not the LEDs that are the problem necessarily, it must be the components around the LED. So it sounds like that's where the improvements are happening. Is that right? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. I mean, again, I keep going back to the wiring harness. That's the thing that we just have to make sure we can get electricity to the light. And then, there are other components inside an LED lamp, resistors, diodes, all sorts of things that make the LED light work. You can't just stick electricity in there and expect the thing to light up. You have to have circuits and all sorts of things on a printed circuit board. So, there's other technology coming in the marketplace that will help this tremendously.
One of the things that has been happening with lighting is these exemptions for rear-facing brake lights. That's been, I guess we've gone through our first exemption already, right? First 5 years, maybe heading for the second. Where do you see the industry consolidating around that?
So that's correct. The one carrier, Grondike, I believe it was, their exemption has been renewed, and I believe some of the other, the NTTC thing, I think, got renewed. There's so many of these exemptions out there; it's kind of hard to keep up with those. But yeah, that talks about the brake activated pulsating light, or whatever it's called. Again, an active RP at TMC. It started out with just the very, very first ones were just an amber light that was pulsating anytime the brake pedal was pushed, anytime the brake lights were to be on. Then it sort of morphed over to a red pulsating light that activated anytime the brakes were pushed. And today, I think where things are going, what seems to be going to become the industry best practice is amber light flashing so many times in so many seconds, and then going to a steady burning red. Because that's what the motoring public is used to seeing for a high-mounted stoplight, a red. So amber to get your attention, and then steady burning red to know that the brake light is the brakes are being applied, and that's where I see the industry best practices ending up, and we would really like to see it become. Let the trailer OEMs install these lights at the factory, because with these exemptions today, most of the trailer OEMs won't install them at the factory because they're auxiliary and because it's on an exemption. The way the exemptions are written, most of them, they have to be installed at the time of delivery of the trailer, like in a pre-delivery, or the fleet has to do it when they take delivery of the trailer. Whatever, but they most of the trailer OEMs will not put them on at the factory. They'll wire for them, but they won't put them on at the factory.
Well, and that's because FMVSS 108 doesn't allow for them. It's an exemption, right? The exemptions are for the after the fact, not for the actual new build.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. And again, you ask where we see this going. It's an auxiliary light. There is one exemption in the marketplace right now to flash the DOT lights when the brake lights are pressed. But there seems to be some pretty widespread angst, I guess, is the word I would use about that, because once you see a regular DOT light flashing, does it become a turn signal? Does it become an emergency flash, or what does it become? Or does it become just because the brake lights are the brake pedal is being pushed? So that one I'm not so sure about. I think most everybody would like to see the auxiliary light mounted either in the lower rail of the trailer close to the stoplights, or someplace on the trailer so that a vehicle trailing the trailer can see it.
Well, one of the things I'm sure of is that we've run out of time for this segment, but I'd like to thank you very much for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC. Look forward to having you back on the program again in 2026. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dave down in New Orleans. Dave?
you very much, Robert. And Al, thank you very much. Always great to hear Al talk. You take notes when Al Anderson speaks, that's for sure. Robert, thank you so much. And we'll be back to the normal Wednesday next week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we will. And then we will have Joe Long on the program talking about antifreeze and coolant maintenance on that edition of Tech Talk with TMC.
Picked the right time of year to talk about antifreeze, that's for sure. Most of the country is freezing as we speak. Well, we are going to put it in the freeze frame right now and hang till tomorrow. Tomorrow is we're going to have a regular show tomorrow. Elizabeth Barna, Kevin Lindsay with Maintenance Matters, Susan Patton with Trucking Tributes. Nicole Dreisey is going to be joining Jimmy Mack tomorrow. Yes. And Lindsay and Country and Western News. Seth Porges of Hollywood director is going to be on too. It's going to be a great Tuesday show tomorrow on Road Gang Radio. Andre and I are about to tape Night Beat for tomorrow night and all next week, or all this week and next week. In other words, Night Beat at 7 p.m. every night. Tomorrow night will be the One Hit Wonders show.
That's what I was about to ask. What's that theme again, brother?
Yeah, One Hit Wonders.
Tequila.
The biggest. I think it's the biggest. No, I'm going to tell you right now that I didn't put it in the show. Maybe I'll do it. We'll do more editions of One Hit Wonders. There are thousands
Different
of them.
generations, yeah.
Macarena. Oh, my God. Macarena was the number one hit wonder, and I just could not bring myself to play it.
I want another story behind that came out with that dance.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Next show, I'm going to tell that story, but I won't play the song. Unless I get 20,000 emails, texts, and messages.
Just 20, huh?
Yeah, 20. 20 will do. If I get 20... things, what do you call them? Emails.
Yep.
Nightbeat@radionemo.com. I'll play the Macarena.
Thank you, Dave.
No thanks necessary.